and they stand on it, and you see a section of the country sidelined. Nothing is done in that part of the country. I have never seen a thing like this. Even as bad as Obasanjo was, Obasanjo did not play regional politics. Yar'Adua playing even Jonathan, he didn't play regional politics, but the APC brother. So sorry, Master Shade, I have to cut you, but what I'm saying is this: even that thing, people believe that the Southwest is going to vote Tinubu. If Tinubu does not suppress the vote of the Southwest, they will bear their mind, and you see the real picture of what is actually going on in the Southwest. Thank you very much, Ayod.
Yes, and like I said earlier, I do agree with you 101%. You're right. You're very, very right because we see fillers. Most of Tinubu's biggest critics are actually Yoruba people. It's actually a trend, but you most people don't see those people because they would like to maybe they don't have those guys on their timelines or they don't roll in the same circle. But most of Tinubu's biggest critics are people that have lived under his Lagos mafia rule, and they've been around his politics even in their various southwestern states. So I do agree with you 100%. Guru Beast is here. Okay, no. Alhaji Extension was here before. He came immediately after Grandmaster. So Alhaji Extension, please, are you still here?
Yes, I
Yeah,
am.
okay, yeah, you have the mic. Thank you.
All right. Good evening, everybody. Those of us that are living in Nigeria, a grandmaster. Whenever grandmaster is speaking, you just have to listen carefully and follow the history and narrations of how things are. Which, by the way, most of the times he is right. And one funny thing is, he started with Zik. Of course, he's my national hero in this country. Because back in those days, he's the only one that says we are not going to Dubai, we are not going to look on region, we are not going to have a politics of religion, ethnicity overview. We're just going to have Nigeria, our own very Nigeria where everybody is equal. But then it comes down to our people in the northern country. History has already said the way it is. But I think it can work, especially the Southeast and North alliances. I think it can work, but there is a lot of groundwork that needs to be done. And of course, it doesn't have a high number of stakes that are saying that it is going to favor both sides, because northern Nigeria can change with so many certain factors and issues, especially with respect to national politics and voting pattern. But what is in essence is there has to be a certain communication that is going to break down things into how we will be able to sell the story and then convince the voter, especially our people that are conservative element and traditional in the ruralite location, that when you have somebody from the southeast as a president, it is not the end of Islam, or it is not the end of democracy in Nigeria, and perhaps the IPOP agitations and what have you. If that can occur with massive communication and reflection of a blueprint, then everybody can look into a Vincent mentality, and then you have stakeholders, perhaps not even stakeholders. You just bring in people that have the raw passion for the country and understand truly the game, then it can work. Because as Grandmaster said, it is not going to be about anything. It is just going to be about the people versus the APC. Hunger has no location. It has no direction. And in the country, we are all experiencing that hunger. Even the inflation rates and everything is already there. And the people are at their brim. I'm telling you, I live in Kanu State. Whenever you go out, whenever you walk around, when I ask people about we discuss about politics, it's just pure resentment. And one significant irony, these are people that I interact, my own brothers. They are people that are just engaging in the business sector. There isn't much of critical thoughts with respect to Western education, not political and other community driven knowledges. But they would tell you that it is enough. And there are those that go out to vote. There are those that wait for several hours in the queue to cast their vote. As if you look at the data that is already coming out by the INEC, you see it is low people that are coming at the low hierarchy of our society are those that vote. Those in the middle, those in the upper, the numbers are not kind of proven. And these are the people that are telling you, as Wajibula Ahmed Tinubu, they won't vote him. They will do anything possible to make sure he did not go back as the president of the country. What is the major reason? It is not about his zoning. It isn't about identity. It is about the current hardship experiencing on the ground today in Nigeria. So, if North and Southeast politicians, stakeholders, Democrats can sit down on the table, iron out a blueprint, bring whatever it takes, come down to the people level, forget about stigmatization, forget about rhetorics, and all other things. I'm telling you, it might be a thing that we will witness in the country, and it is going to be the game changer, whereas ethnicity, religion, and other sentiments by long term would get flushed out in the country. That's just the honest truth. You cannot continue to have this kind of talks without looking into the community, without looking into the people, and that overdue stigmatization. You see, selling Peter Obi, I know majority here will dismiss, or I don't know, but if you want to sell Peter Obi to a common northerner, that he should look at him not as a Christian or as an Igbo, but somebody who can birth something that is tangible in this country, you have to come with people that can relate with such individuals. You cannot bring people that are alien to the socio-economic attributes of the northern region, and expect it's going to happen. And one thing that I want us to consider also again is, you see all this noise about division, how the hatred we churn at each other, people churn at each other, especially in mainstream media. It isn't felt on the ground. It is only here you see that level of extremist hate and fundamentalism of certain mediocre affiliation. But if you come down to the ground, it isn't. I'm not saying that there isn't there. It is there, but it is negligible, not as significant as we see today. And if we are trying to benchmark the reality, I know that's the first line to go. We benchmark the reality of what is happening, especially on X, Facebook, and other places, then we are already given the wrong answer to the right question. And number two, you see, that VP slot for whoever is coming, that VP slot, it has to come somebody that will bring electoral value to the ticket. And also perhaps, since it is alliance, favoring the northerners have the deputy. But now, the question is, if you look into the politicians, especially in northern Nigeria, those who have the votes of the electorate to come and deputize Obi, most of them will say no. And it is not because of anything. It is due to the fact that, you see, ego, lack of gratification, and short-sightedness with respect to long-term economic development of the country and putting Nigeria first is the major factor that will hinder such. Yeah, the defection I've already shown you that. People jumping ship to ABC. It's not as a result of popular support by the people. It's as a result of money. No matter what, it's my opinion, it's my belief. It is money that is making all these northern senators, those and those and those jump in the ship. And I'm saying this is because I understand the only region that I'm familiar with is my own. I don't know what is going over the southeast and the southwest, but I'm telling you, in my own opinion, if it is not for money, they're not coming. And then you see Peter Obi has already been defined by the people. He is not giving out that huge amount of money, huge amount of other things that are already traditionally right in Nigerian political level, whereas they are ethically wrong and legally wrong. So it is going to be a top crack for him or for whoever wants to jump on the alliance. bring that person who has the command of votes, of voters. If you do that, you have the 5% already. Now, that person is the one that will strategize communication, campaigns, and all what it takes to make sure that when we come to the ballot box, we are not looking at ethnicity, we are not looking at religion, we are looking at Nigeria. That's a top sell. But I believe if we can come together, have the commitment, purify intention, it might work. Thank you, host, and everybody. I yield the mic at this juncture.
All right, thank you, Alaji Extension. It's, this is what I aim for, a space where people can come and, say a thing or two about each other that, will resonate and not to put down, but at the same time touching, national issues. And I do agree with you 100% because while we bicker, the people up top there, they share our common patrimony without looking at who is from where or where is from who. But yes, I do agree with you totally, 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 totally. But there was someone that was supposed to go next, but he dropped off. But so we'll go with Guru Beast Media. Guru Beast Media, please, you have the mic. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So yes, I listened to the great submissions, and yeah, I think there's a lot of sense in. I listened to that of Grandmaster and um, the other guy just spoke, and they made some really important points there. So the first I'm going to start is with a title, the Southeast North Alliance and all that. For me, as far as I can see, okay, the title is a bit erroneous in the sense that this alliance is not between the Southeast and the North, but with the whole Nigerians as a whole. Because, I think many people are being misguided by the all this how do you put it, all this packaged or sponsored bigotry, and then because of that they come to the wrong assumption that probably some sections of Nigeria maybe they have it better with the APC, and some sections are not. So that is the first thing. Many people are being misled and being misguided by the bigotry. If you pay attention to the whole thing, okay, if you pay attention to the whole bigotry issue that you see online, first thing you should know, once you understand, is that it is sponsored. Okay, when something is sponsored, it means that it's not occurred naturally. Although many Nigerians might have a bit of a bias, a bit of a sentiment towards a tribe and all that shit, but it's not as crazy as it would have been if things were actually working well. But because things are not working well, because you have a lot of incompetency and corruption in the system, so bigotry now is more like a crowd control mechanism, so that they give you something to face. And this bigotry is well planned and strategized in the sense that, if you look at it on the surface level, you think that you assume wrongly that it is the Southwest against the Southeast, or the Southwest against maybe other parts of Nigeria, which actually false. All you have is a lot of bot handles with a lot of Southwestern names who or may not be Southwestern people. Okay? Because the APC as an organization is actually big. It's a very big organization. It has a lot of people. But all you have is a huge number of bot handles with Southwestern names. And that is done for a purpose. And that purpose has to do with the last elections. Now, the biggest disservice that INEC did, for me, I feel was done in the Southwest. because a lot of people assume wrongly that the result that you saw in the Southwest was actually maybe the real result of the maybe close to the reality, which is actually false. Because if you guys paid attention to what happened in Lagos State, if election would have occurred like, at least almost free and fair, you'd have had a result of probably over 1 million to close to 2 million for PO in Lagos alone. You'd have had that number. But despite all the plans of the APC to try to suppress and do everything to limit the whole thing, it still came down to almost 1 million. But when INEC made that result, they said it was about 500 and something thousand. Both APC and LP both had about 500 to 500K thereabout. So what does that mean? About over 1 million votes were particularly cut out. And then APC had, they added so much to themselves. Basically, according to the guy according to the PDP guy's report, it was like these guys actually got maybe like 100K or thereabout. So you can see the huge discrepancy. So when people are joking about rigging as if it's more like, it's maybe just a few changes and blah, blah. What happened in the elections was not rigging, to just a hostile takeover. Every other thing was just used to drink every other person. So it's just a hostile takeover, take it or leave it. So now, if that could happen in Lagos, now imagine other southwestern states. What do you think would have happened there? But people falsely assume that because it is the Southwest, so they will, hugely support the guy on seat now. They have this wrong narrative. And that is the narrative they want to maintain and they want to push towards the next election. That, now people have seen the light, so they are going to support, so now everybody from the Southwest is now going to support this guy. So they will sell that narrative through hook, through crook. They will sell it through blogs, through the whatever, all these blogs that you have around. They will sell it through blogs. They will sell it through bigotry, right? And what the bigotry is doing also is this. Like I said, they try to make use of Southwestern names to push most of these bigotries for a reason. They want most of Nigerians down south or probably in other places to have a huge to have a huge pushback towards the Southwest, right? They want to create this kind of hatred towards the Southwest. So on the surface level, it looks like they're targeting other people, but meanwhile, the primary target is the Southwest of the bigotry. Although it looks like, yes, they're the ones pushing it, but the primary target is the Southwest, right? You need to understand the outcome. The whole purpose is this, to create a narrative that, yes, because the Igbos hated the people from the Southwest or the Yorubas, because the South people hated them, because this one. So right now, they have now come together to support the guy on seat, which is actually a false narrative. But that's the narrative that they are trying to create with the bigotry, so that they will validate the rigging that they're going to do in that area. So they, that is the whole purpose of bigotry online, to create that narrative. And unfortunately, many people will buy into it because they'll be like, he's their brother, so obviously, it makes a lot of sense. But that is not true. And that is, that is where it comes to the position to make sure that they have a very strong team on ground. If they are going to do any election, whatever, they must have a very good, well strategized team on ground, because that is a narrative they are going to sell with the bigotry, and people are not seeing it. So I try to tell people that don't get carried away with the bigotry. Don't get carried away with the sponsored bigotry. Yes, you might want to push back. Yes, you might want to do all this and whatever, but don't get carried away. The primary target of the whole thing is the Southwestern people, because they want the whole of the country. They want the whole of the country, especially from the South and the South, to hate them so much, like to propel those in the Southwest to want to react, back and things like that. So that is just the whole point of the whole thing. Meanwhile, because people, like I said, these are bot handles. Many of them are paid for. Many of them are, it will shock you. The people it will shock you the people that are behind this thing. If one day probably you look at them, you will not believe where some of these people are actually coming from or where they come from. So it's, when something happens, most times you need to ask yourself, who does it benefit and how does it benefit them? And maybe if you have,
Anyway,
if you're,
Guru Bis Media. Sorry to cut you, but I
yeah,
have tried to. Can you mute your mic for me, please? I beg.
okay,
I have tried to, listen to you, realign your thoughts to my topic, but you keep going to places that my topic is not about. Honestly, I'm not even here to speak about, bigotry or who is sponsoring what or who is sidelining who. Nah, that's not my topic. Um, my topic may look, like it may look sensitive in some way, because right now I'm trying to, some people say divide Nigeria, but like I told Grandmaster earlier on, this is a pathway that the APC and Tinubu have set, and my job here is to align and realign. Although it may seem like nothing, but I take my faith from the Bible, the story of the mustard seed, where I believe a little thing can cause a big ripple. So I'm not here to preach about any sponsor thing against the Southwest, because I don't know where you're coming from with that. So guys, good evening. I want to clarify my intent, okay? Because like I said, I'm looking at this from the historical perspective, and in no long distance relationship between the southeast and the south and the north. you know at least everybody here would know the most recent one, which is the PDP. Okay, so I'm not here to talk about, okay, I'm not here to negate the Southwest. I would never do that. And at the same time, I'm not interested in talking about what is going on the timeline, because that is not really my, that's not my forte. I don't have the strength, I don't have the bandwidth for that. So please, guys, moving forward, I like that the guy with the boy is good is here, because Nnamdi Azikiwe is one of the most famous Southeast politicians when it comes to this topic, and I'm sure this the boy is good would take me to where I really want to go to. I acknowledge 100% the contribution of Southwestern politicians, and one of them is the great Olusegun Obasanjo when it comes to the southeast. And we saw how he literally damned all consequences and carried Peter Obi on his back. We saw the insults, we saw the diatribes. We saw the late Afenifere leader, we saw everything he did. But yes, I'm here to talk about, history, not so distant history, and moving forward, moving Nigeria forward. So please, Guru Beast Media, you will just help me wrap up your thoughts so I can move this
okay,
my ministry to the permanent site.
okay,
Thank you.
okay. Thank you. Okay, so I was just sorry about deviating and all that. I was just trying to give the reason why I felt that the topic was a bit off. So sorry about that. Okay, so I'm going to go back to the main discussion, which is the Southeast and the North Alliance. With the way things are at the moment, yes, we can agree that for a lot of those in the Southeast, right, they believe that, they predominantly believe that playing the national politics is the way to go. And if they are willing and ready to stick with that, I believe, stretching out your hand to the north, and also to people who are also willing to be in alliance with, the Southeast, or probably the South as a whole. I think that will be the best way to go in terms of taking out these people who are just a few in number and trying to be like, trying to portray themselves to be like a giant. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. So guys, Grandmaster did justice to it and would go to, and even Alhaji extension. So I wish the rest of the speakers would use that to, understand my points. I do know sometimes I speak a lot of English. So the boy is good, please. You have the mic, and after you would move to Ayims. And please guys, let's just take like 10 minutes each so that we'll be able to wrap up before 12 o'clock. It's almost 9 my time. Thank you. The boy is good. You have the mic.
All right, thank you very much. As a matter of fact, the time is now. The time is ripe for Tinubu to go. Tinubu has to go because we need to put Nigeria first. Cleverly, the APC came with a rhetoric, and that rhetoric did divided Nigeria, and it did reinforce our old approach to politics. I'll take you through a rundown of previous presidential elections. More recently, the most recent time we started hearing about ideas such as north-south, south-north, as the case may be, or northeast, northwest, was in the lead up to the 2015 election. In the 2015 election, Jonathan was the president. There was a very strong sentiment that existed in the country. And that sentiment was not a pro-Buhari sentiment. It was a feeling of dissatisfaction by people from the part of Nigeria that had lost. Nigeria, we lost the president. We lost Yaradua. There were those that felt more connected to Yaradua, and they felt the demise of Yaradua so deeply. The PDP poorly handled the aftermath of the death of Yaradua. That created a conundrum. Prior to the death of Yaradua, in 2007, there was an election where Buhari contested against Yaradua. There was not much ado about divisive rhetorics. Even in 2003, where Yaradua was a northerner and Obasanjo was a southerner, there was not much divisive rhetorics. Nigerians from across board, east, west, north, all voted Obasanjo to become the president of Nigeria, amidst every other claim that would have happened that period. And so, what did the APC do? The APC mined that opportunity, which was not a pro-Buhari feeling, it was a feeling of the loss of Yaradua. And they took that, and because we're not suspecting across the country, we bought into that, and we started to make our federal politics a we versus them thing. And this is the thing that foremost Nigerian nationalists, such as Sir Dr. Nnamdi Azikiwe, have always fought against. It is very important to embrace the realities of the day. A lot of people will tell you that the reality of Nigeria today is Wazobia, Yoruba, Igbo, and Hausa, and the other groups. But that is not the fact. The reality of Nigeria today is that you have one country, Nigeria, and everyone is Nigeria. It's Nigerian. On identity, on paper, there is no document in Nigeria. And I'm speaking of the historical realities. How we feel about these things may sound very different, but there is nothing that suggests anyone to belong to an ethnic group other than perhaps a state of origin, of which there are certain state of origins that may not really reveal the ethnic identity of a person. For instance, when the person says they are from Delta State, it becomes very difficult to tell. You can only tell, yes, they are not Hausa, but you cannot tell if they are Yoruba, you cannot tell if they are Igbo, you cannot tell if they are Edo, you cannot tell if they are Urobo, you cannot tell if they are Ijo. And so, why I am saying this right now is that Tinubu has to go, and what has to take Tinubu out of seat is Nigerians. Nigerians, we all have to come together. The parts of Nigeria that has suffered the most from Tinubu's poor administration of Nigeria has been Lagos. Lagos is an economy that we had projected before now to grow massively, to become one of the top economies when you think of like most parts of the world that is outside of Europe and America. That is where Lagos is supposed to be. Lagos is supposed to be functioning at the realm of Tokyo. Lagos is supposed to be functioning at the realm of Hong Kong. Lagos should be that city where everybody from every other place around the world is open to come towards for opportunity, and not people leaving Lagos out into the world because they are looking for opportunities. And so I must say something, and I must set it very straight. The rhetorics, the pushing that what we are going to see right now is a North alliance with the Southeast, that is something that Peter Obi strongly warns against. Obi does not want an alliance that is built on a power grab. Obi does not want an alliance that is built just because you want to reinforce some sort of regional supremacy. Obi wants a power grab that would set Nigeria on the right path. And it's very important that we build this on a very strong ideology. For without a strong ideology, for when we think of this every now and then as North versus South, what happens is that we play into the very game that brought APC into power. APC came into power on the rhetorics of North versus South, North plus Southwest, North plus South-South, or North plus Southeast, as the case may be. That is a rhetoric that we're going to push against. The greatest victims of Tinubu's misadministration is the largest economy of Nigeria. Lagos is the largest victim of Tinubu, and we must, as a matter of fact, rescue Lagos from Tinubu. This time around, in 2027, we're going to see a lot of politicians across board from every part of the country. Now, today we like to identify as Northwest, Northeast, as the case may be, but I'm going to stick more to the states. We're going to see politicians from states across the country, be it on states around Lagos, or states around Kaduna, or states around Port Harcourt, or states around Enugu. We're going to see people emerge from these centers and that are actually going to rescue power from Tinubu. So this coalition that we have right now, what will make this coalition fail is if you think that this coalition is going to be a power grab between the North and the Southeast. I can tell you for sure, the average Southeasterner is not so interested in the power grab. So if you're not from the Southeast and you think the Southeasterners are going to push this as a power grab, then you are not. Then a lot of Southeasterners will tell you that for us to make certain sort of political choices, we would rather the country continues the way it is going. And this is speaking solely based on ideology. If we continue to push that idea, if we continue to fall into the playbook of the APC reinforced religious supremacy. They positioned Buhari as a religious champion. They positioned Jonathan as a failure. For the first time in Nigeria, we started hearing of a president being tied to his ethnicity. No one ever called Obasanjo a Yoruba champion. No one ever called Yaradua a Fulani champion. But for the first time, with the APC opposition coalition at the time, people started calling Jonathan an Ijaw champion, as the case may be, or as an Ijaw, someone doing something about the Ijaw, and the Ijaw ethnic group came under insult right on this app. We saw all of these things happen. And so, please, the APC knows, they have the data, they see all of these things. The grandstanding that Tinubu is currently doing right now is Tinubu is actually doing a broad-based coalition, pulling politicians from the Southeast, pulling politicians from the South-South, getting governors to defect. All of this is happening because Tinubu knows that what awaits him in 2027 is bigger than what he can imagine. In 2027, when governors try to rig election, they would not be sure of what would happen next. And so, what people must know is that 2027 is actually an opportunity to get Nigeria working. The change that we asked for in 2015, that change is going to come in 2027. Tinubu time is up, Tinubu must go, and that change must happen in 2027. And it is Nigerians making that change, and not an alliance between the North and the East. I'll yield the mic. Thank you.
All right, thank you. And then again, my topic misunderstood, my intention misunderstood. I don't know who can help me. Maybe I need to speak it in pidgin. Then maybe people would understand it. But yes, Ayims is here. Ayims, please, guys. I don't know how I want to say this. I don't know how I want to phrase it. But because right now I'm trying my best to maybe make my topic understandable for even a primary school dropout. I'm trying my best to. But I'm talking about historical factors. I'm talking about not so distant alliance. I have explained this thing, but I don't know. Grandmaster, are you here? I don't know. Maybe you can help me. How did you understand this topic?
So,
Please,
Master
me.
Master
No,
Chi,
hold on.
talking about
Hold on, please, because you had the opportunity. I explained it like so much, but people are you still didn't get it. I don't. Anyway, Ayims is here. Ayims, please. You have the mic, Ayims. Thank you.
Okay.
10 minutes you said, so I'm staring at the time. Anyways, good evening, everybody. Ayims is the name, even though I've said I've not speak on spaces, but I think I'll just, um, anyways. So, I kind of understand where your topic is heading to, and from what extensions said, I kind of get it. I might be wrong, but um, the coalition between the North and Southeast is not something that is difficult. It's not something that cannot happen. We've seen it. When Buhari contested in 2000 and I can't remember if it's 3 or 7, he had Chuba Okadibo as his vice. And then several other examples. Even in the 60s, we had it. It was not a Midwest or West versus West North alliance. It was um, uh, an East North alliance. So it's not something that is difficult to achieve, even though there's been history with the Civil War and all of that. So as it stands today, currently, it's something that is achievable. If you look at all political divide cycle, for instance, El-Rufai's close cycle it includes from his working days with OBJ, includes persons like Obieze Kwesili. For most people who don't know, they are very close. Someone like Ungozi, Madam Ungozi, you know. So it just goes to tell you that it's amongst the elite, that alliance already kind of exists. It's now a problem for us at the ground level. Master Chef, I don't know if I'm saying what you I don't know if that's what you are trying to bring out. But
Oh,
anyways,
yes, yes.
yeah, I will
But
just
I would ask, maybe I should ask questions, then people would get it.
yeah,
Okay.
you can ask the questions,
Yes,
okay.
yes. Okay. Because when I look at the like the last space I opened it out of excitement, and I have seen, I was very, very active during last election, and I saw the tweets, I saw the comments, I heard the speeches by people from both these regions. So it kind of gives me this excitement when I see the political leaders from these regions in a room sharing handshakes and working towards a collaboration. Okay. So I would ask you, I think you are from the north, right?
I'm from the North Central, yes.
From the north central. Okay. Yeah, and I do understand the also the perspective of some north central people when it comes to um this. So this current, will I call it a political framework, because we don't really know what the outcome would be, but let me just allege it as a political framework. What do you think it would help deepen some sort of relationship, build trust, amend? Would it be like a catalyst for anything positive? Do you think it will be a catalyst for anything positive? Please. Thank you.
Okay. I kind of understand your question, and I kind of it's a bit complicated. So I would say yes, right? It would, because before now, nobody even thought that there's going to be APC Northwest and all of that, Southwest, and but it happened. So it's not something that is impossible. Alaji Extension said some things that I would agree to. You understand? If you go down to the grassroots level, everybody does their thing. Nobody cares. For instance, you go to Kanu, Sabangeri is most of the persons, so maybe half, they are Southeasterners. I'm probably sure that's how Obi got the margin of vote he got from Kanu State. Nobody is complaining, and it's in several other states. So it is already a relationship that has been there for decades. It's just about capitalizing on it. Now, what is scary and appalling here is it's not even the political class. It is some of us online. Some of us online make it difficult to convince certain persons that this can happen. You come online and you see some people calling some persons certain names, or some saying some people are entitled to rule. Examples like that. When you try to say, okay, we can do this, we can do that, then someone will tell you, I will not. It can be from the north, it can be from the south. It's just my own experience. And if you want to speak, that somebody will just put, all he needs to do is just to pull up a tweet and show it to you and say, see. You understand? So that itself is making it difficult. And this is a world of propaganda that we exist right now on. So as it stands, yes, the North is, like I've said on a space, someone tried to drag me because he feels I didn't say what he wants to hear. The North is up for grabs. You just have to say what they want to hear. What's his name? Allergy Extension has said exactly what I've been saying. You have to get someone that understands them, that they trust, to trust the person you trust. You cannot expect an alliance when you want to disparage certain personalities. For instance, you call somebody like El-Rufai a fanatic or a zealot, and you expect to have an alliance. That can't happen.
But you see, Ayims, this is where we would get it wrong, because there's this popular phrase, two truths can coexist. I can keep my feelings about you and decide to work with you for, to some certain extent for a greater good. I can say, oh, this person stole funds that were meant to build hospitals. And if I do have my evidence, I'm right. But at the same time, I can say, okay, for us to get some sort of victory, maybe Nigeria is there's this war with some other country. We need to protect our borders. Let me just make up that scenario. I can say, okay, yeah, fine. As Nigerians, we have to work together to stop that. That doesn't make you not who you are. So when we keep on bringing things like this, yeah, because all of us, we have said a lot. Me myself, I have said, like, check my pin tweet. I have said a lot, but moving forward, we would go forward if we don't keep on picking and nitpicking. I don't know if you understand me, but we
No,
would
I
move
I
forward
I
if
I, I, I
yeah,
understand what you are saying
yeah.
perfectly well. We can agree to disagree and we move on from APC has successfully done, right? In and other some of these parties. But the question again, that brings back to my point that I am saying. A lot of persons on this space, I would say 85%, would never agree to disagree. More so if what they are saying is just a perception, it's not fact. For instance, a lot of person here on this space can say, I did this, did that. But if we're going to sit down and say some of those things based on facts for fact, but because people work with emotions, so you cannot convince, for instance, like I said, for instance, I might not like Peter Obi. You might tell me he did it. I might not. That's the perception. I can't convince you. You cannot like Atiku Rufai. I cannot convince you. But let's move on and see. But a lot of persons on this space don't want that. All they want is what they believe in. That is what they want, and that is what must be done. And they are the most difficult persons to convince on this space. One thing I've come to realize, speaking on spaces, especially on Twitter, is you cannot convince people when they've made up their mind. So, like I said, the alliance is not difficult. It's very easy to make. It's just that some persons need to pipe down on their rhetorics. For instance, we've seen people call people slaves, right? People call people janjaweed. People call a lot of. Then you expect the person now to come and it when genuinely that person has not changed how he still perceives you. So that is a different thing entirely. We can't move forward unless we discuss certain things. And I am saying that, just like what Extension said earlier, it's easier to even tell somebody to work with that person if he sees that, okay, for instance, I trust this person. So because I trust that person and I see that person is working with this person, perhaps I would agree with you. I just gave an example. If you keep, there are people I know right now on this my Twitter. There are Twitter friends I know. I know for sure if Malam says, okay, we are with Peter Obi, they will join Peter Obi. I know it. But you cannot keep calling those persons, calling the person that they feel like is their own opinion or is the person that they trust. Let me use that word. They trust. And they are not just few in number, they are a lot. For instance, again, you have someone like Kwankwaso, right? Who maybe, for instance, that's the person that their political compass align with, and you're calling him names, and then you want them to work with that person. No. But if Kwankwaso, for instance, say, okay, we agree with Atiku today or with Peter Obi, we are working with him. For whatever reason, I know they are politicians. It's easier, but within us as it stands right now, there's still that distrust, and it happens because a lot of persons have called. I'm not saying I'm innocent, but I'm just saying that those name calling, those all those things, people have to sincerely pipe down on those things first. Until they pipe down, I don't think people can move past that to even think of forming an alliance. I'll just round up with this. I don't know if what I'm going to round up with still aligns with your topic. For instance, this so-called coalition thing. When you try to point out the facts, like for me, I am pessimistic about the coalition. So it's not like I care, but I'm pessimistic about it because of the way people are moving. And when you try to say, okay, I think this or that is that, this or next thing is they shut your voice down. Nobody wants to hear, nobody wants to listen. And I'm like, you guys want to work as a team. So you need people to speak so that you hear and understand. But if you are shutting people down, you just want them to speak what you want to hear. How do you even think you're going to form an alliance or a coalition? It doesn't work like that. So I think this is whatever alliance needs to people need to people need people's voice need to be heard, and people would agree to disagree, but I don't think it's that easy, given that there have been several name callings. It's not easy, guys. Yeah, it's not. For 8 years, some don't think it's going to be easy, honestly. That's just my submission.
Yes, I like how you put all these things. It's really and it also boils down to what I always say. On the internet, we tend to overrate ourselves and overrate our reach. Okay, people were called cows. Hey, even me, I've been called so many names that at first I was so traumatized. Like, these people don't know me. So if you call me or I call you a cow, and you go to the market right now, you could buy a cow, but now you can't buy a cow. You would have to, at some point, adjust to your reality and forget what is written on. This evening, I have over 300 people here. Take myself so important. In the grand scheme of things, I'm nothing. So all we have to do is, yeah, um, put into perspective the greater good. When I read about the history, okay, I look at the history between the North and the Southeast Alliance in memories past. It wasn't done because of love, or oh, we love ourselves, or we no, 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 no. There were still ethnic tensions, there were lack of, there were so many things. But for the greater good of Nigeria, they came into the alliance. So, my brothers and my sisters, with all our education, for the greater good of Nigerians, we would put together our, grievances. Maybe this evening, I would start a bonfire. We'll write them down. We'll put them in a fire, burn it, and walk towards the greater good of Nigeria. Nigeria is at a precipice. Me, I put my feelings in my pocket, though. Like I said, the names I was called. Hey, God. Even there's a guy that called me a name the other day. I was on a space talking to him, and in my mind, I remember someone sent me a DM though. I was like, how can you be on the space with this guy that said this thing to you? And like, yo, you don't understand. Well, yes, yes, I was, yes, 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 yes. But Engineer Sani is here. Engineer Sani, please, you have the mic. Good evening. Good evening.
Hello, good evening. Hello, good evening, everyone.
Good evening. Good evening, Engineer Sani. Good evening.
So, what I want to say is, this South and North Alliance coalition is a very and fantastic, nice coalition. Due to look at when you look at how the politics of the country it is going for now, and not even for now, even for the past. Let's even remember like 2015, what is happening. Hello.
Yeah, you can speak. If I'm not hearing you, I will let you know. All right. Engineer. God. All right. I think Nedu has been here the longest. Nedu, please, you have the mic, Nedu. Thank you. Nedu. Guys, I don't know if you can hear me. Odunaya, can you hear me? Okay.
Yeah, I can hear you,
All
I can hear
right.
you very well.
Nedu, please, you have the mic.
Hello?
Yes, Nedu, you have the mic.
Okay, so hello? Can you hear me?
Yes,
Okay, good.
yes, I can hear you.
So I want to speak on the topic. So here is the thing, and pardon me if I go off the tangent, you have to just call me back. But the truth is this, and the way I see it, it's the North and the Southeast are very diametrically opposed to each other. And the reason I say this is because there are two things that define a people. The first thing is language and religion. A lot of people think that religion is something you do on the side. It's not. Religion plays a very big role on someone's life. Catholic, and I was raised by the Catholic Church. And when I look into my life, I see that almost everything I do is informed. Very rudimentary training I received as a Catholic, as a Catholic, because Catholic Church trained me like I went to many Catholic schools. I'm very, excuse me, I'm a very moderated person. I believe so much in Western education. I believe so much in philosophizing things, in analyzing things. And this is just the Catholic Church for you. And also, if you look at somebody like Peter B, he's also a devout Catholic. And you could see that Catholic Church impacted his life. And that's just the way it works. The Igbo people believe so much in Western education. If you go through Southeast, I used to tell people, there is nowhere in Africa, at least, and I know this way, Africa, that the Catholic Church made the kind of investment they did, like they did in the Southeast. In fact, I would say, at the risk of sounding very exaggerating, that the Catholic Church actually built up the Southeast. Juxtapose it with what happens in the core north. You will see it plays a different role. And like I said, please pardon me, I'm going to apologize in advance. It's heavily invested in Islam. And somehow the level of Islamism in this core north is not evolving like you see in some Arab nations. It's still very crude as it is. Now, that is not to say that there can be no alliance. There could be alliance. After all, just right after independence, that's Nigerian independence, the Southeast Igbos had a lot of, excuse me, Igbos had a lot of partnership with the core north. In fact, I tell you this much, sometime in 2010, I did my internship in Nigeria. And the man I did my internship under was the then chief executive vice chairman of Nigerian Communications Commission. That's one of the most powerful parastatals in Nigeria today. And he told me he's from the Fulani, a very popular, in fact, one of the most popular families in the Fulani region, or in this Hausa Fulani region. That's, I mean, not just popular, but very powerful, because he had his brother in the House of Representatives then, and also he had his other brother as what's the name now, as the Custom Controller General of Nigeria. So you could imagine the family. So he told me for a fact, and honestly, that when I was sent to him, because I came in through the Minister of Communication, Bill Labra Marcum, he told me that when I was sent to him, he doubted picking me as an intern because he said he doesn't like admitting intern. The executive vice chairman's office is a very big office. They have very big dignitaries coming in. So that interns are not yet able to handle such level of confidentiality. So, but he told me very surprisingly and honestly that one of the things he considered was the fact that I was an able person. And the reason is because he knows, because the man has had a very weird working time. Like he works from maybe 12 p.m. to 10 p.m. And he is always late in the night. He told me that he knows people are very aggressive in nature, that he believes that I had what he was looking for, that I will work hard and all those kind of things. So thankfully, I gelled with him. I was very good. Like we got along very well. And along the line, he told me that in all honesty, he told me the exact problem. And this is, like I said, this is coming from the highest waters you could imagine. And in all honesty, that the guy called Tafawa Balewa, got along with Nnamdi Azikiwe a great deal, And Tafawa Balewa kind of like gave Igbos a lot of, there was a lot of, excuse me, there was a lot of partnership and concession. However, for some reasons, this guy came in, Ahmadu Bello, and squashed the entire thing, and started the so-called indigenization policy. He didn't say it clear like this to me, but from what he was saying, I could make out of it that the retrogression of the North today started actually from Ahmadu Bello, the so-called tribalism and indigenization, and everything started from him. Not because he didn't give Igbos any chance, but because he started rewarding incompetence in the name of patronization of his people. Unlike what Tafawa Balewa was doing. But just to cut the long story short, Tafawa Balewa was killed in a coup, and then the whole separation or the whole Igbo people, the whole line was drawn. The point is this: if you decide to do this now, the truth is it can be done. The ordinary Hausa Fulani on the street has almost no problem with an ordinary Igbo person in the street because they don't have anything it's not like they're struggling anything. These are just guys doing their business. But the problem is a lot of people, some 3 speakers ago, 4 speakers ago, try to touch on it. A lot of people have profited from that industry of hate, I would say. There is a lot of economy that has gone under that in quote industry of hate, that people built their political career right out of it. People built their industry. People built almost like it's like Tinubu now. Tinubu can fix Nigeria. Tinubu knows how to fix Nigeria, but because he has lived for almost 70 years of his life a life of criminality, there are things he cannot do. He can't say the truth, even if he wants to. He cannot. So he has to just continue in that criminal mindset, because that's how he has lived his life, and that's how people have lived. Many big people in the North have lived their lives off this separation. So if you want to go back to that alliance now, you can, but it's not something that's going to happen overnight. I tell you that much. No matter what, it's not going to happen overnight. It will take time, and the only way it can happen, is for people to understand that we need to kind of find a middle ground in order to progress. However, if you need an alliance, I'm not going to digress a bit. If you need an alliance for the purposes of 2027 election, I will tell you that much. The alliance you need now is an alliance with the middle belt, because that is the most probable. That is the one you can get quickly. That is the one that's not going to cost you so much. And they have the numbers. Personally, for me, and I'm trying to now make I'm now trying to make an appeal to any obedient who is capable to look towards that side, because I had a lot of middle belt people coming into my team, and I told them whenever
Hold on, can you hear me? Nedu? Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
All right. I have listened to you because I really wanted to understand where you're headed to, but I didn't get it. I did not get it because there are so many things you throw up, and it makes me feel like, what's going on? When you bring up the whole religion aspect, I could also use that same angle against you, and at the end of the day, would not go anywhere. with with this space, okay, we would not go anywhere. So honestly, I disregard your submission 100%. And this is one thing I have against educated people. Sometimes we speak with very, very poor nuance. So I would just advise you. I don't okay, no, I would not advise you. I would just say to you that, please, my brother, this is not really what I need at this point, and this is not really what my space needs. So please, thank you so much for stopping by. Thank you so much for your thoughts, although I do not care for it and I do not accept it. But yes, I will move forward. I'm not. No, 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 no. Please, please. Nigeria is already sitting on a keg, and nah, 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 nah. But yes, Francis has been here. Francis has been coming down.
Master, you speak to me.
I'm going. Good evening, everyone.
Yes, Francis.
Can you guys hear me?
Yes, I can.
Okay, okay,
Master, you skip me.
okay.
No, Francis was here even
It's
earlier.
very,
Just keeps dropping.
I'm very happy to have this opportunity with my fellow Nigeria tonight. Because we are all Nigerians. We are all seeing the condition of our country. We once know this country as one of the greatest country in Africa, in the whole world. But politics have come to play with our emotion and play with our life. So we just have to take it like that. So when I saw your topic, I was so attracted to the topic. But I will say one thing here is that let's look at it in this perspective. The angle of we saying Igbo, Yoruba, or this thing, I will always say that it's a strategy, it's a political strategy, because when you check these people eating this money, doing all sorts of things with our commonwealth, you see that Igbo is among them, Yoruba is among them, Hausa is among them. They are all united, unanimously, doing things together. If you can see the defection now to APC, you see it's not only Hausa that is the Igbo, Yoruba that is defecting. All of them, the whole angle of Nigerians who are politically, as in politically sound, that that can make this, they are all defecting to APC because they know that this man is free moving, that is really sharing the money. Once you get a little portfolio, you will be entitled to the national. So this whole thing that we are talking about, it should be ourselves. It be the kind of things we are undergoing in the hand of these people. Is totally too much. Unless you are not in Nigeria, that you'll be talking and you'll be talking one-sidedly. But if you are in this current Nigeria that we are onto, that even 10,000 naira cannot cook a stew when you even have rice, you have what's it called? You have granite oil. Just buy tomatoes and fish of one for everything has finished. You will know that the country is already messed up. So when we are talking about Hausa, Igbo coalition, it's not, because when you go to streets, the common people are not even remembering all these things. But we say this because when you come online, you see them paying people, to come and dash or dish out some things that that other people that don't have their own mind and can see, and it will weaken their spirit. It's the strategy, it's a tools. So what I'm saying in essence is that an average Nigeria did something in 2023 election. It was a message to politics. That's why when I listen to some people that will say, let's do it through protests, I will just laugh. Yes, when I'm working with a company as a sales rep, there was a day I was going on the road with my Oga. So we stopped with our vehicle in army checkpoints. So immediately we'll stop, we'll wind down our car, and army now, the army shouts, CAC. My Oga was like, this AC now software, no be. It was like, on a serious note, that are we feeling what they are feeling? And army man, are we feeling what they are feeling in this country? We are like, our own was passing. He said, no, that we are enjoying. That them in the military, they are suffering more than anything. So we are like, but you people have opportunity now to rescue the country. Say the man say no. That during election, sometimes they look at us that we will do things that everybody will see, even them will see it and say yes, that we should check the election through 2020. They are all the barracks voted for Obi because they are also suffering. So what I'm saying in essence is that everybody is fed up of Nigeria. And 2023, Nigeria really sent a message, but something will lose one thing in that 2023 election. Now, the power that be is not with us, is not with the people. We have the power that be in Nigeria that decide what happens in Nigeria. And that power that be are these PP politicians that still active in Nigeria. Now, do you know that many Nigerians are lucky now? One man is out of APC, and that man really knows the secrets of APC and is from the north. That man is El-Rufai. El-Rufai is angry because they didn't give him portfolio in APC. He was totally angry against them. And this portfolio they did not give to him. Some people came and deceived Tinubu because that thing is not Tinubu will. But some people came because you can't have two masters in one ship. Two masters. Bajide Amila is a powerhouse, and El-Rufai is also a powerhouse. Two of them cannot come together in Aso Rock. They will be dragging. And now that sideline came and they told Tinubu, and Tinubu being somebody of Insema and Bragado, he left El-Rufai. Now, when you come online, some people like my fellow, some people who are, that we all campaign for 23 for a better Nigeria, they will say, El-Rufai is evil, El-Rufai is evil. He's not an evil, he's a machinery, he's a tool, because he knows what these guys knows. He knows what they knows. That's why when they talk about coalition and everything, so these are the kind of people that if we can woo them, to our side, it's not about, he's a bad man, because Nigerian politics is not about good. There is one particular guy that spoke here. He said, when the time reach, APC will tell you, Ogbaadugbo, your street, make sure you deliver it. And that is what these people do. And they will give a lot of money to make sure that such task has been carried on. So it's less for us. I always tell people that Nigeria election is not easy to be rigged because Nigeria is too big. Nigeria is a very, very big country that you can't tell me that one man came and rigged. No, the man is Tinubu selected people that if they talk, if this is a community now a state, Tinubu came and buy all the big guys that if they talk in your street, you will respect them. And these are people, after you vote, after you do everything, they enter the coalition center. And when they enter, you see your boys clearing road for them. And when they enter there, they start changing things. Now, but in a situation whereby people that knows those of their secrets, APC is people that will have control room on the day of election. People are inside that control room, reading what is going, polling unit by polling unit. Where they are not doing well, they will send their delegate there, they will go and rig it. These people are they are good machinery in this. In fact, they imported people from outside country that think for them. So Nigeria should be very, very smart when they are coming, that they are telling themselves that we are telling ourselves that we want to defeat people. We should be very, very smart, even more than the APC people, because these guys are there and they are not shaking. If you are not careful, Tinubu will still go. They will still bring out the baddest person that will take over. Yes, because they know that people are helpless, that we can't even do anything. So what we should be talking about now, how can we woo these big politicians that knows the secret of people to this our side? Because 2023, Nigeria really did marvelous thing that many politicians are afraid of. They are very, very afraid of what Nigeria did in 2020, not even our protests or whatever, but that election that we went to, we did marvelously well. Just that we still need some people to join the lane. And that's why when they are talking about this coalition, I was like, Obi shouldn't go the same way because politics is all about interest. These guys, some of these guys that we are seeing in Nigeria, it's not that they have many of them really invested on the candidate they know he will win. Many of them. So he should just find a way have a talk with them. Let them, as in, you should not just avoid them, because these people, they have a lot to do in the movement. We can actually vote, but we still need people to stand there, to put people in the north. When you look at that election, you see that in the north, Obi get vote, but because of these guys are there, their power that be, they scatter the whole vote. You see in a state in the north during that election, you see in a total state in the north that in a polling unit, Obi is calling this particular amount of vote, and they will now come and call it as a total vote he got in a state. It's not happening. It's a pure rigging, and people did that thing because there's nobody there to talk. So what I'm saying in essence is that when we are talking about rigging, Nigeria election is not easy to rig, but people allow the rigging because the power that be in that community, in that state, is already among them. It's already among the people, among the politicians. So when he talks, other people just look away, and you see they rig the election during the night. So my summary of everything is that when we are talking about this, we should not only base on Southeast. All Nigerians are suffering, including the Southwest. Everybody go to the market. Everybody is suffering the same thing. So we should be very, very smart than these APC people. We should because these people are machinery. They are politicians. They are there for money. They are not there for me and you. Our emotion is nothing to them. What they are there is to make this money bigly and make it for their family, their children. Look at Wike. Wike now is now floating his own 2 children. Tomorrow you will hear that one of them is going to Senate or House of Rep, and you see people, they will pay people that will campaign for them, and you see them clenching there, and will start, serving them again. So these people who only think about themselves. All this one we are discussing, emotion, they are not. But the country can still stand on their own through strategically means to remove. It's very simple to remove these people. If Nigeria really believe we can remove them, because number one thing that fear politician is election. Election do fear.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
All right. So from what you are
I can hear
saying,
you.
I can deduce that you are pro alliance and coalition, whatever, guys. So thank you so much for your submission. Thank you so much. But
Yeah.
I want to make something clear, and I want to, I want us to in some way know the difference between extremists and the majority, because I know some people pick the little things and run with it while avoiding the bigger picture. And I do understand, Twitter is an agenda universe. People with the loudest and the biggest agenda tend to win. So I would classify Nidu among the people that are extremists in their behavior, because while Nidu was speaking, I got 2 messages from 2 Southern Easterners telling me, "Oh yeah, oh, shut him off. We don't believe in that. We don't believe in that." But in the true fashion of Twitter, when you would agree that, oh, the person hosting a space is a bitch, but you still shamelessly come to speak on the bitch space. It's an agenda, and we're all here to push it. So I just wanted to make that clear, though, in moving forward, the difference between extremists and the majority. So on that note, I would move to Obi. Obi, you have the mic.
All right, and thank you so much. Good evening, everyone. Good evening, hosts. Emibo Ndewo, Omoluabi, Ekaleo, Arewa Naoni. All right, so this topic is a very interesting one, and I would like to touch on it purely on my understanding of Nigerian politics. First of all, I would also like to say that identity politics is a common phenomenon across the globe. And now in Nigeria in particular, ethno-religious politics is what we have. And I've heard so many people say, "Oh, this doesn't matter, that doesn't matter." I mean, I don't think that is from a genuine point. So I'll touch on the First Republic. Now, in the First Republic, right, it was basically three regions. The NPC party, the Core Northern Party, dominated the Northern region. The AG Action Group um, dominated the Western region, which was also like had a overwhelming support from the Yoruba, right? And the SNC as well dominated the Eastern region, which also had an overwhelming support from the Igbo extraction as well. Now, even as at well, with what I just said, right? There was also an Igbo guy that was the secretary of the Action Group, and he was also like the Eastern minority head. So even when you have like majority aligning with another side, you also have like people that will work with the other opposing side. So if you're looking at this, your topic, right, Southeast and Northern Alliance. Now in the First Republic, the MPC and the NCNC, they came together and they formed governments. So you can also look at it that, okay, it's the core North and then the East that made the alliance, right? And then again, after the alliance, the NCNC broke out. And then the NCNC and the AG, with the Middle Belt elements, they also came together to form the UPGA. But there's also like a faction of the AG that aligned with the MPC, that's the Chief Akintola faction. So alliance, ethno-religious alliance is a common stuff in Nigeria. Do you get? Now, looking forward to like 2027 election, or before even the 2027 election in 2015, the two party, the CPC, which is a core northern party, and the ACN, which is a western party, came together to form the APC, and then some factions from other groups. But the foundation basically is the core north and the west, and then they took power from the PDP, right? Now, if you look at the APC today, the faction that is ruling now is the ACN faction. The CPC faction ruled for 8 years, and now it looks as if the CPC faction have fallen out with the ACN faction, and I think they are trying to reposition themselves for another alliance because I think Erufai is part of the CPC faction, right? And then they're trying to position an alliance with the East. So the alliance is something that can work. Like that is the way Nigerian politics have always been played. Even there was a time Shagari had Alex Ekweme as his vice president. But for me, I also think the alliance should be purely on the economic interest. Like I've heard people talk about the bias. Everyone always have their bias. So obviously if it's the North and the East coming together, right, it should be that this alliance should change the economic look of the country and then move the country forward. Because the ruling party has already said, oh, they want party states. So, and it's only a coalition that can unseat the ruling government. So it's either the coalition or we are left with one party state. So I believe the alliance can work. Yeah, that's my belief.
Sorry, I'm multitasking. Sometimes I like to put um, things in perspective. But yes, thank you so much, Obi. Thank you so much. You are literally feel like about one of the persons that have actually spoken on my topic. And like I would always say, we can't sweep away the mistrust. Okay, there's going to always be mistrust, even among siblings. There are mistrust. I know a sibling of mine that if the person tells me, "Hey, I'll be in your house by 9 o'clock," I would just
lie down and I will sleep because I know they would not come. And there's the one that will tell me I'll be there by 9 o'clock, and by 8:30 they will be in front of my door. So we can't sweep that away, but we can't sweep away history, because history is would always be there as a reminder, and history would always be there as a guide. But looking at the faith of the nation, like I said earlier, guys, this is like a prelude of my space a couple of days ago, which I opened out of excitement. I was so excited when I saw that clip. I was so excited. I'm like, is this the bridge? Yeah. So it's but Jide, I don't know what you want to say, but this is a very serious space for me. It's not banter. I would not be kind in what would follow if you try to play with me. But please, you have the mic. Thank you.
Master Chief, I hope you've not forgotten
I
about
need, Master
Oh,
Chef.
Excellency, I have not forgotten about you. But
Good,
yeah, let's
good,
see this speak.
good evening, everybody. I believe I'm audible. Yeah, so I'm going to speak straight to the topic. You know, the coalition to set Nigeria on the right path. I have a very short message to say here. I'm not even going to waste time. Seeing the whole formation leading up to 2027, you know, I believe the Southeast and the North, can actually work together, and I would advise my brothers and sisters from the Southeast to look and think critically to towards Atiku and Obi being on the same tickets. And I'm being quite honest here because that ticket is something that has been proven before. That's solid 12 million votes. I said this yesterday. I do not know why anybody would want to gamble with Obi and whatever person, whatever person from the North. I do not see where any tickets Peter Obi and anybody from the North will, oust somebody like President Tinubu. So I'm just saying, I'm just appealing. You need to get, in fact, I'm on my knees. If you know you want to take Tinubu out of office, you have proven 12 million votes. I think you should just run with it, because let's go back. If you go back to 2015, you know, and imagine Tinubu came out in 2015 and said he wanted to run as the president and Buhari to be his vice. I swear to God, Buhari or Tinubu would have never been president. Do you understand? They would have never been able to win the presidency. No way. But you have. I'm saying a ticket that works clearly is Atiku and Obi. I've done all the calculations in my head. I don't see how that ticket will not beat Tinubu, because if not for impatience, Peter Obi would have been the vice president of Nigeria as we speak today. Because Atiku and Obi would have clearly flogged APC in 2023. But because of impatience, right now, not Atiku and Obi, none of them are president or vice president, right? So what I'm saying essentially is those votes, those traditional Christian votes Obi took from the North Central, the Northeast, the votes in the Southeast that Obi took away from the PDP. I beg you in 2027, let those votes stay on one ticket. And I beg, look, I'm literally begging people. Look, there's no other ticket. If you try Obi and El-Rufai, it will fail.
when a lot of us were talking in 2015, in 2013, 2023, that um the only tickets that work is if Atiku and Obi works together, and that if they breaking the opposition, it won't work. A lot of them were saying, "Nah, Obi can do it alone." What did they get? They are still saying the election was rigged up to today. That's the same thing you will say in 2027 if you don't go with Atiku and Obi. That's a clear ticket. So just get off your high horse, let Obi become the vice president in 2027, and then he can bargain his way and become president in 2031, because that is what would have been today if not for impatience. So don't all these people that are coming to speak English on this space, coming to tell us different things that uh uh Atiku should back Obi as a president. I swear to God, you will not pick, you will not hold, you will not see anything to hold. Atiku, Obi, me, I'm down for that ticket. Let's kick it, Tinubu out of Aso Rock. Thank you very much.
Jide, you see, that's a problem. If you had spent time listening to the space and not throwing emojis trying to get my attention, you would have gotten the meat of the conversation. But this is what happens. But anyway, ladies and gentlemen, in life, you must choose who you listen to. And obviously, not every voice deserves an audience, and not every critic deserves a reply. So, Jide, your suggestions have been filed under things we did not ask for. You can exit stage left.
Yeah,
Thank you so
yeah,
much.
started again. Don't worry.
Excellency,
Jide,
please,
You
no
will
you
see
have
kukuru.
yourself.
the mic. Thank you. Excellency, you have the mic.
Okay, so thank you, Master Chief. This is a very, very important topic, and I think it's going well so far. And thank you for uh, eliminating the notions that don't align with your topic. So, Southeast North Alliance, the coalition to set Nigeria on the right path, specifically talking about Southeast and North Alliance. Um, Politically, when we are looking at the grand scheme of things, when we are talking about Southeast and we're talking about the North, in the opposition, currently we are speaking to Atiku and Obi. These are two camps that have followers that I want to feel both people have the good intentions of Nigerians at heart. So, going down the line shortly to 2015, when that alliance was made, I believe the alliance was made on both sides with the intention of um, giving benefit of the doubt to each other, bridging um, gap of differences. The differences were there, as you said. Everybody would have his or her reservations, but it is in achieving the ultimate goal. This coalition, and I respect what other speakers before me said. The speakers that talked about the message that I got about everybody giving this a good hope. This Southeast and North Alliance, it is something that would surely work, hopefully, in the work to rescue Nigeria. So I would want to give a small example to people in Nigeria currently. When we look at the grand scheme of things, I can categorically say that we've been able to come to the conclusion that we are going on our political journey based on guesswork, because we've had people that we thought were intelligent that did something better than the intelligent one, that did something worse than the ones that were not intelligent, and we've had the people that we deem not intelligent do things better than the intelligent ones. So what am I saying? What I'm trying to say is we are practically working on guesswork. And if you don't understand that there is no specific person that you are 100% assured of that would go somewhere and do something, you would not have a clear mind of going into negotiations with everyone. And I believe this current coalition talks that is going on, the people that are going there are giving their minds or their hearts the benefit of the doubt of going into agreement to come out with an outcome. And we've been stifling this outcome. I believe everybody would have his preferences, but the main thing is what is the main goal and what are we going to get out of it. The main goal is these people that are there, I believe from all factions, people trust the people that they feel would represent them there. And I believe all of them would be able to negotiate and arrive at a perfect conclusion that would work with the majority. So that is why when I think there was a speaker that was talking about a specific faction or talking down on another person that is part of the coalition or another one talking, it doesn't work. It's not going to work. We have to all want to give the benefit of the doubt to whosoever comes out of that coalition in the spirit of having hope that that person that would go there would do things that are better for us to work together. The coalition, why it's been mentioned southeast and north, is it is because of the candidates. But I believe the people that voted for Buhari were not only from southwest and not only from southern Nigeria. There were people that voted from the southeast and from the south. But then why was it called Northern and Southwest Alliance? Because of the main key figures. So that is why, in this respect, I believe to me the key individuals are Atiku and Obi and others. We should give these people. These people surely don't think based on religion, based on ethnicity, based on anything. That is why they are able to start these talks, and they would be able to get to a logical conclusion. I have that faith, I have that hope that they would bring out a resolution, and whatever resolution is being brought up, I would want to urge everyone to give it the benefit of the doubt. Whether Obi comes out, whether Atiku comes out, whether Erifai, whosoever, we are doing guesswork in Nigeria. So the main point is for us, what I feel, the politicians we can see up there that they don't have divisions, but we are having divisions down the line. Up there is no division. So what is the main goal? The main goal is let us as a people, as Nigerians, work together to play them, not allow them to play us. What am I saying? What I'm saying is if these people are using us to play tic-tac, we should use that against them. If whosoever this coalition brings in goes into that office, he doesn't perform, he should go back home. That is the main message. That is us using them and them not using us. This is a political exercise that I think we have to work on to psychologically change our political landscape, which is if you don't work, you go back home, or if you don't achieve the expectations of people, you go back home. That is the main message for us as Nigerians, what we're supposed to be preaching. Because everyone that would tell you all these divisions knows that those people up there, when they are sharing money or when they are going to do something, all these things don't come into consideration. And I am from the northern Nigeria, and I love the fact that Master Chief, you're doing this. there is something that you tend to hear only voices that resonate with yours in a certain place, that you feel everyone resonates with your own opinion. For example, what am I saying? Northern Nigeria has a high number of people that are not online. But what people tend to say online, you tend to feel that is what is happening in Northern Nigeria, or that is the message coming out of there. And what Master Chief is trying to achieve here, if maybe I'm not correct, but then I believe she's trying to bridge that gap to give a space for communication from both sides. And from this side, I'm not representing anyone, but I'm representing myself. I feel this is a time that we should work together, and we will work together, and we should try to tone down um, the aspersions that are being casted on people, because I can 100% tell you that what you see online, what people say sometimes, have different perceptions from different reality. When you see the things on ground, they are different. There are people that are always there to tell you that this person is this person is this, which I respect everyone's opinion, but then that is not the popular opinion. But someone would come online and tell you that is the popular opinion, and you just believe that is what is coming from that side. So these spaces are encouraged. It will tend to bridge gap, and I've seen you are here to Master Chief. You will surely eliminate any opinion that tends to bring um, discomfort to sections. So, Master Chief, thank you for this space, and surely on in the days to come, I hope we will all work together in the spirit of wanting Nigeria to work, and respecting the fact that the other person in the other side, or the other person beside you, is someone that also wants Nigeria to work. Thank you.
Oh, thank you so much, Excellency. Thank you so much. Um, to be honest with you, my agenda is steeped in boredom. Yeah, it's steeped in boredom. I am thousands of miles away from my family. So when I'm bored, I'm like, okay, let me exercise my vocal cord. But I kid. Yeah, my agenda is simple. We need to re-energize people. We need to get people, because the people we are up and against, they're in political mood, guys. They're in political mood. I was waiting for like 2026 to come before I put on my political garb once more. But man, APC has left governance, and they're now in politics mode. According to the federal government, EFCC and ICPC have recovered 967.5 billion and 277 billion naira looted funds. But Bola Tinubu is actually going to borrow $15 billion. So out of these looted funds, uh God. So yes, my brother, boredom top of the list, then the zeal to move Nigeria forward comes right after that. I will not say second place, but yeah, maybe number 1A and number 1B. So thank you. But Odunayo is here. Odunayo, please, you have the mic. Sorry, I'm laughing. But yes, you have the mic. Good
Yeah,
evening.
thank you. Good evening, and good afternoon. Anyways, let me go through. You're talking about a historical perspective, right? Am I correct?
Yes, please.
Okay.
Yes.
You know, um, uh, if something was wrong yesterday, it will be still wrong today if you don't attend to the problem of yesterday. And that's one thing I understand about life. If you're preparing for an exam, I fail to prepare for that exam. If you have an exam ahead, I fail to prepare for the exam, you will fail. And you not only fail, you still fail the next year if you fail to do the right, change your modus operandi about how things work. And that's what makes life interesting. Fortunately, history classes have been removed from Nigerian experience. So that's why I can hear a lot of people talking about Nigerian history from their own perspective, which is fine. But unfortunately, it delivers the whims and caprices of people's experiences and harvest their own views about life, which is actually still fine. But we need to have an aggregate view about what actually is the fact and what actually is the myth and what is the falsehood. So I'll be able to distinguish in this factor will help you to understand Nigeria very well. You know, between 1952, what happened in 1952, if you heard about the word cross carpeting, was first emerged, was first used, the term cross carpeting was first used in 1952. And what it means was that in the Western region, people cross carpet to the action group against the NCNC. That actually made people like Azikiwe to be barefooted. You understand me? Okay. So it was 1945 or so, with the Richardson Constitution, actually, 1945, actually divided Nigeria into three. So they have Nigeria, the West, the Midwest, the West, and the East, and the Northern region. And if you put Northern region and Eastern region together, you know that the Northern region is still bigger than them, far bigger than them, and all that. So, but that's where we have challenge, and that created a big problem for a lot of things. Awolowo came into the political scene in 1948. He created the Egbe Omoduduwa, and for him, he was trying to find history, trying to consolidate on his own weight. So he went around and do his things. If you read his book, his work to prison, to prison or to freedom, and he has about 4 volumes. So you can see it on this place. He talked about his own account. But more importantly, is about Nigerian problem and how we see it from that 1952 to today. What happened in 1952? 73 years after, have not changed. Tinubu is made on this. Tinubu said he was born in 1972, so that'll tell you how long it is, how it has been. Fortunately, 1952 till now, nothing has changed about the political history. The only thing that have changed that people who were there before now have long died. New people that have come in, and people who are now what we have today actually have misjudged this history. What is more important is that the North and the East, old Eastern region, were not like South. The South East came in 1996. The Constitutional Conference that was held in 1996. That's where you have 6 regions of the Southeast, Southwest, and all that. So there's also like Southwest region, Southeast region before. So this is a political creation which is not even embedded in our constitution to today. So that particular creation of 1952 created a very bitter experience between Awolowo and Azikiwe, to the extent that 1986, during one of the public conferences I attended, Azikiwe and Awolowo attended, because they don't see eye to eye. And that creation, I don't think, from Azikiwe's perspective and people who written in a lot of books, Azikiwe and Awolowo was never friends after 1952. And that actually created one of the problems Nigeria faced today about leadership, when they had a opportunity to form the government in 1959 to 1960, and they couldn't form government because they have challenge about amending the ego and be able to see reason to see Nigeria first. So Azikiwe prepared to go work with the Northern region to achieve success. So yes, not that the Northern region, like you said earlier, not that they have the Northern region and the Eastern region were very good friends, but it's a personality challenge, right? It's a personality challenge. It cross to what we have today. Now, the North and the West Eastern region have always had have had good relationship. To the extent of 1979, Second Republic election, we saw a person like Alex Ekweme and Shehu Shagari running on the same ticket, and they won the election 2 times to become president and vice president, respectively in that case. So that means they have a history of working relationship that is quite cordial. But unfortunately, what you saw in 1983 and 1979 was not by mistake. But thereafter, there have been a consistent issues that you have today. The only thing that making it look as if there's a bigger issue today on Twitter is because Twitter has become able to have everybody having their own, but need to have their own say in the comfort of their zone or their room. They can easily tell you history they don't know about. They can easily tell you falsehood as they package it very well, and you think that you're hearing something tangible. You can see very well that if you read the book, I can send you the book if you need the book of Mr. Babangida. In his book, he was talking about the challenge of the first coup, and this was because of the fact that Nigeria have never been a country, and that was the reason why somebody is accused. This man of having problems. So the North and the East have always. I don't want to go more about that, but I think very well the North and the East have always had a very good relationship, and I think they can still work together. But you must understand that sometimes people want to work together. You must understand the basis of working together and all that. So, my leader and the person I supported at least 3 times in election, Mr. Buhari, selected an Igbo man to run with him for presidential election 3 times. He failed 3 times. He took them 3 times. He 3 times, 2 times, yeah. He said 2 times. 2003, 2007 was 2011 that he used the Bakari. But that to tell you very well that the North and the East have always worked together. But it is about the perception they have with each other. So whatever that perception, whether is stronger than being able to look at beyond this thing and say, okay, let us work together for political reasons. Despite the fact that we may not like ourselves. But how long will you work with people you don't even have any intention to work together with? Like, you don't want to see them as individuals to get together. Because you can see very well in everything we do in Nigeria. So my view is they can work together. Article and as be working together is not the first time the North and the East have worked together. They have been working together before now. And I think they can still work together in the 2027 election. But Anyim's rightly said here, which I agree with him, the animosity you have on social media and beyond is quite very, very huge volume. So we have to reduce the tension and you start seeing somebody as the reason why your problem is what it is. Every part of Nigeria is sick, is going through a lot, from the east to the west, even where Tinubu is coming, even the Tinubu is coming from. People are hungry from those places. So not like any part of Nigeria is getting better. So you start seeing people from a northern perspective or trying to see them as enemy of Nigeria or enemy of your own ethnic group or religion is better for you. You get the point. We must reduce that animosity other on social media so that we can be able to have something that is fine and working very beautifully well. Somebody said very well that Lagos is going to be something like you don't want to survey Lagos, right? Like Lagos is people came from Lagos, right? Yoruba land, Lagos is part of Yoruba land. Unless you want to tell us that Yoruba people don't own Lagos or Nigeria own Lagos, you get the point. You can argue that on a different set, on a different level. Lagos is owned by people from a particular place, and they are Yoruba people. So when you want to survey Lagos and you have your own place, like telling me, I want to go and survey Abeokuta. When my father has a village, I think it is a big deal. I was born there. I grew up there. I know that place very well. But as far as Nigeria is concerned, you're where your father came from. So my father came from a place. I have to go and survey where my father came from before I go and look at where I came from. So go to Aba, go to Onitsha, go to a lot of places in the southeast, salvage those places, build it very well, make it a better place before you can go and salvage the place that is not your father's place. People came from a particular place and they have heredity to it. You get the point. They have heredity to it. If the day you stop understanding this thing, that day you start killing yourself. You don't want to kill yourself, right? So you understand that people came from a particular place. They own the place and they can die for that place too. So don't come out and think that you want to survey Lagos when you have a bar, you have a meter, you have other places.
I don't understand where this thing is coming.
No, I'm done. I just want to correct. No, somebody said it.
No. The person did not. I heard the submission, and he was trying to say, "Oh, people were trying to make it look like the Southwesterners they all support Tinubu, so they didn't say anything about that."
Who was the person that said so?
I think I'm trying to remember the speaker now.
Should I remind you the name?
I don't remember his name, but
okay. Is that to tell you I took my time to listen to these people?
I don't.
Okay, no problem. Since I'm done.
I heard what he said, and he was even talking about the Southwesterners. And even myself, I had to tell him, I'm not trying to bring a divide. If you remember my response to him, I told him I'm not trying to bring a divide. I'm only talking from historical perspective and not too distant history.
No, I'm done with sincerely. I heard him very well. That's why I reacted where I reacted. And I
That's
think
all.
if he's not comfortable with that.
Nobody said they want to salvage anything. He was talking about.
Let me say, he didn't hear the language first
No,
of all. Because that was I did
I
not quote. I'm quoting him by thing. That's the word he used. What I used. I not use any other thing.
yeah, actually,
That was the guy that put Azikiwe as his ABI, right? That was the guy that used Azikiwe as his ABI. That was what he
that
said.
guy
He used
was still saying something totally off from my.
No, this is what he said. He said they will survey Lagos. So I don't know how you want to survey Lagos that you don't own. Don't worry. Like I said, that's what I heard.
And I even
I don't care about anything.
Yeah,
Like I don't even care about anything. I just feel that people should be able to own their own thing and don't come and survey what you don't have. Right? People came from that place. You said what?
No, I said I tried to, put.
No, I understand you very well. I understand you that. I just want to think like let the person know very well that you see if you don't remind people of where they're coming from, they will think that they own this place. I was born and raised in Abeokuta. My father has 2 houses in Abeokuta. I have never claimed from that place. Yeah.
Odunayo, please. I try to put people on the.
Anita, sorry, please. Anita, my sister, please. Can you just grab me 30 seconds? I came up, Biko, just to speak to you very quickly. Why do you allow people like this to derail your space? Like, why do you allow people to come to spaces to settle their personal vendetta? What has what this guy said here got to do with the topic we have been discussing here for close to 2 hours?
You see,
I need to understand exactly what prompted his. No, I want to please, Oga, I'm not engaging you. I'm talking to the host of the space. Thank you very much. Can I speak to the host? Thank you very much. I appreciate. I'm here to talk to Master Chief, please, not to you. I have heard you. I don't hear you. I know they're okay. Master Chief, can I please talk to you? You are the reason why I came up here in the first place, please. I don't have time for this character, please. I don't have time for this character. Can I please talk to you, Master Chief? Please, with all due respect, can you please meet this guy? What is wrong with this guy? Right? So basically, Master Chief, the reason why I have to pick up the mic, can this guy mute his mic? What kind of character is this? I can mute your mic, I beg. Mute your mic.
Hold on. Because, when the guy with the Azikiwe profile spoke, I listened to him attentively. And at some point, anybody can, even Jide that is here, you would bear witness of what I said. I said I have a topic and I want people to speak on that, topic. And I think it's so stressful. Thank God, even Jide, as much as we don't agree, so I don't know why we have to go back to like that whole thing, because it's going to create more animosity, and it's almost even 11 o'clock. I'm tired. That's days like this. I don't know where this thing. Oh, I'm very tired. Oh yes, Grandmaster and now, please let's just try to.
Please just grab me the 30 seconds I asked you for, please. I don't have time for such a character. I don't get energy. So I only came up here to come and ask you, please, to please be very wary of such people. This is not the first time he's pulled these stunts. You understand? I know the reason why I'm telling you this. I needed to come up and say this in your space because I know it is your space. In other spaces, I will not even bother. He has been pulling these silly stunts. Every space he goes, he finds a way to derail it and start going off the tangent and ranting about some people that are coming to other people's places to dictate to them. Please, Master Chief, it is only imperative that you get a hold of your space. Don't let intellectual midgets, don't let people who have vendetta, personal vendetta they want to clear, to come and hijack your space for their own personal agenda. Please, this guy is a nuisance, and this is what he does. He moves from one space to the other, constituting nuisance. So please, Master Chief, I think it's only right to redirect the space to the topic we're having here. I had to go down to listen to other people, other intelligent people speak. Because it wasn't just about me. Until this nuisance came up here and started draining the space. This is what he does. This Mumu that went to America became stranded until he was picked up and fed by somebody. This idiot that went to America with no money. You couldn't even sponsor yourself. You go to America, you became stranded. Somebody had to pick you up. Somebody needs to pick you up, you idiot. You fucking idiot. You went to America because stranded. Somebody needs to pick you up and pick up your tab. All your expenses you built on that guy's head, you have not paid it back. The pocket money he was giving you, you have not paid it back. What you do is you come up on spaces, making noise. Who knows you? You idiot. You cross-eye idiot, Bat. You fucking idiot. Who knows you? You went to America and you get stranded. If not for the help of that man that picked your silly ass up and housed you for close to 3 months, your ass would have been deported back to Nigeria. Mumu, you are traveling to America with no money. And you have to depend on somebody to feed you. You are shameless. So please, Master Chief, I think it's only right you get a hold of your space. This guy is a troll. And this is what he does. He goes there to derail everything with his own personal vendetta. Oku won't kill you. You're mad. You're mad idiot like you. Idiot like you are mad. You are going to America with no money. Going to America with no money. If not for that man that picked you up and housed you for 3 months, your stupid ass would have been lost somewhere in US. Traveling to America with nothing. They were feeding you for 3 months, idiots. Giving you pocket money.
With you. If you
have to come out of space, they make noise. They come and put a sleep belt of 100,000, 50,000. But you couldn't possibly feed yourself in the US. You couldn't feed yourself in the US, you idiot. You could not feed your fucking self in the US. How did you end up in the US?
I don't know what you're talking about. You're a police person too.
You ended up in the US. Oh, guys, you want me to bring a receipt? Do you want me to bring a receipt? I will plaster your receipt all over the time like you're mad. You see because they live in crazy. You didn't mad? I will plaster your receipt all over the time like you idiot. Go to America to become a beggar. They still have to pick you up. Feed you for fucking complete 3 months. You couldn't even find your own hostel. You don't even know the way to get to where you're supposed to school. They have to give you transport money. Idiot like you. Now, if that to come on spaces, they back about how you don't imprison 50 people. Now to come space, they make noise. But you couldn't fucking feed yourself in America. Mumu like you. Son of an imbecile like you. Cross-eyed bastard like you. Have you ever seen yourself? You're a special need person. I've told you this multiple times. Don't come on spaces where people are having silent discussions to come and derail you with your personal vendetta. Because whenever it is time, we go treat your fuck up. I have promised you that before. Otunayo, any day you can change your name a million times. Any day when we said, we'll treat your fuck up. You're an idiot. Coming up here to come and they run nonsense. Is this what this space is about? Can't you read the topic of this space? You're mad? Can't you fucking read the topic of this space? You idiot. You cross-eyed idiot. You fucking retarded bastard. Special need person. You couldn't read the title of this place. Come up here to come and run nonsense. Okay, I'm going to go another place. Go cause trouble. You ain't crazy. Your mama is mad. Idiot like you. The day you are able to feed yourself, then I'll take you seriously. Imagine traveling to America to be stranded. Mumu, somebody have to pick you up. If you vex me, I go plaster all your things for timeline. You crazy. Go punish your papa there. If you vex me, I don't tell you this. I go plaster all your things for timeline. You crazy. Imagine having to, and you know what pisses me off? Like the person that picked this idiot up was an Igbo guy. It was an Igbo guy that picked this idiot up. Housed him for close to 3 months, 3 winter. This Mumu did not know anywhere to go to the US. He could not even feed himself. He was stranded. And somebody had to pick him up and was giving him pocket money. Fucking pocket money as far as you are. But if not to come on those space, they brag about how you don't do government job. How you don't imprison 50 people. You go come up here and they brag. You crazy? You they mad? I don't tell you, Odunayo. The day we go reason your matter, they come. Your case will be reasoned. You see that your cross-eye, You see that your cross-eye will make it worse. We will make it worse. You see that your cross-eye, that Anyata 5 stats where you get, will make it worse. You go bash on me so it will become worse. You're a very stupid guy. Why would you come to a space that has nothing to do with it? You start drilling it. This is what you do. You think this is the kind of space that you go to come and drain space where they give you the free will and the free reign to run mad and say all kinds of derogatory things about people in this country. You are very stupid. You cannot do that in this place. You're a crazy. You can't do that in this place. You are very mad. You idiot. You bastard. Okay, you don't even feel it for me talk. The day when you go feed yourself, I'm going to take you seriously. The fact that you cannot feed yourself, the fact that you cannot feed yourself is all the things I need. Like I told you, if you vex me, I go plaster up for timeline. They're mad. If you vex me, I go plaster all the contacts where you get, all the messages where you send when you get to America. I go plaster for timeline. You idiot. The beg people can help you. You they beg, the go space, the beg people help you. Idiot. A fool like you. Imagine coming up to a space that has nothing to do with your useless vendetta. I come up here to settle vendetta. God kill you there. God kill you there, you idiot.
You won't go on
Have you
Lagos
seen
again.
yourself?
You won't own Lagos.
Have you
All
seen
the
how
people you
retarded
want
you
to
look?
Mumu person.
Have you seen how special
Very
needs you
foolishness.
look? Have you
go
seen your
everywhere.
cross eye?
Mumu,
Have you seen how stupid you look?
you are the
Big
Mumu
head, tiny
person.
body. You're
Even
mad.
with look, I look
You come up here and they talk
far better than
nonsense.
you. Even
Is it because say
even if I want
we
to you,
just
I
they
do
ignore
better than
you?
Mumu
We
person.
just they ignore you. You think you're
Oga,
getting
you
you're
block me
getting
for
some
where I
traction.
talk to you
I don't tell
peacefully.
you, say man, the day
Now
we
where
go
is it
reason
that
your
you
matter.
are?
Odunayo,
Which it is?
you know say you
The
dey change name well well.
Somebody go hold you for that
This
one.
time the sixth day
Come
where you
here.
don't change
Come
because you're running away from people like me.
Go to what you for Twitter.
You go
You go
cry
look
the
at
day
Facebook for
see,
Twitter.
the day I go get
Mumu
hold of
person.
you.
Oga,
Odunayo,
you
I
get time
promise
today. You
you.
get time today. You get time
The
today.
day
You get
I
time
go
today.
get
You get
hold
time
of
today. You
you,
get time
eh?
today. You get
The
time
way I
today.
go take teach your
Mumu
fuck
person.
up. You think it's all about
Mumu
this
person.
nonsense you come up on
Oga,
spaces to
show
do?
yourself very well. They will
Shouting
carry you
about
go.
people you
They will
don't in
carry you
prison.
go. I promise you.
I don't say
I
50 people to
promise
prison.
you. Mumu for this
I
hour
don't
where
say
they
50
do.
people.
Where
Oh
are
man,
the
we get your
Twitter?
receipt, oh.
They will carry
You
you
see
very
from
well for
those death
Twitter. Look
threats
at
you
where
made.
they
You see
where
those,
they
those
say
death
get
threats you
mine.
made.
They will carry
Odunayo, you
you.
see
You go
those
calm
those
down.
death, you
You
see
go
those
calm
head where
down.
you thought say go
My
court.
father was
Eh?
my father.
You
Never
see
say na
those dead
Abeokuta.
head where you thought
My
say
father
go
was born
court.
in Abeokuta.
To God,
You
the
when I
day where
born for
hand
Lagos,
go
when I
hold
born
you,
for Lagos,
you
you
go
see Lagos every
explain what
day.
you mean by that way
Lagos
talk.
for Lagos. How
The
far
day
go
where
take
hand
us?
go
When
hold you,
I do that,
Odunayo.
you have
You
to
see
tell
for that
America.
Nigeria, we know where for you
You
make return to Nigeria.
eh? When I
When
make
you get
hospital,
back to Nigeria,
when I
the
make
day where
hospital,
hand go hold
you
you,
want to kill
eh?
yourself. You want to
You
kill
go
yourself.
not say that you
You want
use
to kill
your mouth put
yourself.
yourself for trouble.
You want to kill yourself.
You go not say that you
You
Odunayo, now you use
want
your
to
mouth put yourself
problem.
for trouble.
Tell me the
You're a
crazy
very
boys.
stupid
They
idiot,
move for yourself.
a
They move for
bastard like
yourself.
you,
They move for
a
yourself.
son
You
of
want
a
to talk
thousand
nonsense.
father, person don't know
One
where you
get the
come
person
from,
you don't get.
idiot like you,
The person you don't get.
a
Now you want
fucking
go hold.
bastard like
You
you,
when they work for government, now
retarded
they
idiot,
ask you for Twitter.
cross-eyed moron.
See that?
Coming up here to come and talk nonsense. You don't see the title of this place. You dey grace.
Me, when they
You
talk
dey
to me,
mad.
when they
Your
talk to
papa
me,
dey mad.
I don't need to do anything
You don't see
about
the title
you.
of this
Your face
place.
already been
What
settled
did they
since
come to
last
this
year,
place for?
Oga. Everything
What
already
did
been
they come to this
settled.
place for?
Don't
You
worry.
idiot.
Don't worry. They
Because
play around.
oh man, I saw this guy.
They
This
play
guy will just go from
around.
space to
They play
space,
around.
from
They
one
know
space to the
you.
other space,
Mumu person.
pushing the
I
same
mean, they
agenda.
claim Lagos. They claim Sokoto. They
Every
claim
day pushing
everywhere.
the same
Is Lagos
agenda.
your
You dey
village?
craze.
Is Lagos your village?
Ogu kill your papa there,
Is
you
Lagos your
idiot.
village? Where you want to big?
Oga, I don't tell you, say
Is Lagos
man.
your village? You want
On
to
a
Lagos?
nose,
What
eh?
Lagos you want
Oga
to?
Odunayo,
Is it the
your
person?
fuck up will be
You say
treated.
you for body. Go and say, is Lagos
Because
your
we don't
village?
expose you already. We have been
Is
exposed.
Lagos your
You
village?
have been exposed.
Is
The
Lagos
fact
your
that you
village?
traveled to America, you
You know,
couldn't feed
person, every day go
yourself.
dey move for Twitter.
You could
You know,
not
for
feed
everybody.
yourself.
They will carry you very
You
soon. They will
couldn't
carry
even
you
have
very
you didn't even have
soon.
the
You go hear
transport to get
me.
yourself to where
When they
you're
carry you
supposed to be
when they
schooling.
do propaganda, now they
Somebody,
carry you again.
Odunayo, deny I'm
They
here,
go
say
carry
person
you.
no feed you for
Deny
close to 3
wetin?
months for America.
Deny wetin?
Deny I'm here.
Deny
Say person
wetin?
you know for Twitter.
Deny
Don't feed
wetin?
you for 3 months.
Deny wetin?
You idiot. They give you pocket money.
Are you serious?
Bastard like you.
For America, they
You go
give
come up here
everybody
and
for
say,
money.
I don't work for government,
For
I don't work
America,
for
they give
government.
everybody
All
for
the
money.
work where you
You
work for
can't please
government, you
you.
came up here to come and become
For
an
Twitter, they give
nuisance.
everybody for Twitter.
Oh
For
my God,
America.
kill you, dear idiot.
Now my father is here.
Imagine coming up to a space, come and talk about
Oga,
something that is
no,
not related.
I
You
think
don't see the
you go back to
title.
Twitter very soon,
Every
eh?
single person you come
Your
up here
face,
to speak out,
don't
is
spoil
speaking
your
to
face
the
already.
title.
Your face
You
already
come up here to
confused.
a yarn shit.
See,
You dey
I
mad?
told you. That's what this one is for Twitter.
Oh,
So when
God,
you
who
are
kill
done,
you
eh?
there?
You prove yourself very
Oh,
well.
when you focus,
When I
see,
finish,
let me
when
tell
I
you,
finish my
I've
job,
told you,
I go back to America.
I've
Nigeria,
told
my
you,
country.
on a
You
neutral
come back
ground,
to America, that's why
Odunayo.
you be. That's not my problem. Oh. But it's not Lagos where they own, eh? Lagos where they own, eh? They go hold you with that. Lagos where they own every day. Lagos where they hold every.
This is India having government. Can we go back to the topic? Two of them can rest for now. Maybe later, when they are okay, they can come back. I think that will serve this purpose. And I don't know if you are enjoying this, because how can two adults be doing this kind of thing this late hour? If you do that again, I'll take you down.
Oh, Sir Josh, I was actually trying to get a charger. I was running around trying to get a charger so my space will not crash. So yes, That's why. But I don't even know what to say. But I think maybe now I've got to make sure that I have to put off my laptop and use my phone so I can be able to control this space better. But yeah, Grandmaster Odunayo. Honestly, Odunayo, I don't, to be honest, I don't even know where to stand. But Josh, over to you. Over to you. Just yeah,
Okay, I don't know. I don't know your. I don't know your line. Who will be the next? Because this noise is
Okay, yeah, I think
it's
you are.
late, and and somebody like me, I'm using a headphone, so it's just like banging on my ear. So I think let's just move on and stop all this noise. Oh, who is the next? Is it Obi?
Yeah, so it's King. No, it's
hold on,
King.
hold
It's King.
on, Sir Josh. Okay, let me.
No,
Okay,
it's
let me
Ugo.
message.
Ugo is
Is it not
about to
King?
go.
Ugo
No,
Mode,
Ugo
yeah.
is not. No, no, Ugo is not next. It's Ikebia. Ikebia was there. But hold on, let me pick something.
It's not King.
Okay.
Ikebia.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, please, can you hear me? Please, can I be heard?
The host says you should hold on.
Okay.
Is it Ikedia that is speaking?
Yes.
Okay, yeah, go on. Sorry.
Okay. Thank you so much. For some time, I've just been on the listener section, following the conversation. So it's a Southeast North Alliance. Yes, I think from what so many persons has rightly stated, this is something that has been in place for quite a number of years, that got broken down at certain point. But then it's just about someone's submission that actually made me to come up and request for the mic. It's important that we should not make this alliance Atiku Obi thing. At the moment we move in that direction, I think we might not actually be achieving the aim of this coalition that we're actually looking out for. The honest truth is that at this critical time, it's important that all hands should be on deck to see the success of this coalition, where each and every one of us need to put our own agenda by the side and start looking at things. The results we don't have to look at things as a whole. We need to start breaking things down to the individual level to see how best we can come out from this coalition. At the moment, we already start positioning some persons from the beginning. It means that we're actually trying to see how we can, use the order to achieve our aim, which is not going to go well for the what we've actually set out to achieve. Just an advice, we need to understand the fact that there are some persons that will actually, if this coalition now becomes something that is reality, that there are some persons that if we say, okay, let's move into primary elections, of course, they will always emerge the winner. There is just no doubt about it. But then again, we need to start looking out for some persons that might actually not be able to pick up this ticket when this coalition has actually been formed. Of course, after this coalition, you need to talk about who is going to, honorably represent this team. We need to understand that there are strong aspirants, just as there are strong candidates too. Now, on my own side, I think what I just want the coalition to do is to, go into a whole lot of a kind of assessment, even if it means carrying out an independent poll to ascertain the level of popularity of individual candidates. It will help a lot. If the coalition just want to base their election on the primaries, of course, there is no way Atiku wouldn't just emerge in that election. And it's important that the moment anybody enters into this coalition, you have to stay there till the end of time, because it's not going to be that, okay, this didn't favor me, this didn't favor my people, you are now pulling out from this coalition. But again, there is something very, very important that we need to look at. 2019, of course, we know is all about North. And it's important that P2B had to become a vice to Atiku Abubakar in 2019. Sorry, just to make sure that that understanding between the South and the North is being achieved. Now, I want to believe that currently we still have that understanding of the Southern presidency and the Northern presidency. Now, if we believe that this is the turn of the South, yes, there are some level of understanding that this coalition should bring into place so as to see how they can accommodate various interests. It must not be P2B, it must not be Atiku Abubakar. The moment we start making it an Obi Atiku or any other person, that is the beginning of our downfall. What we are trying to achieve is that how best do we play this game that at the end of the day, the country becomes better. It's not even about the idea of just taking out Tinubu, because if you remember 2015, we were actually faced with a similar situation of taking out Goodluck, Jonathan, and PDP. And at the end of the day, we all got ourselves into a terrible mess. So at the end of the day, let us see that the interests of the citizens of the country is put first and see how this country can actually progress to the next level, other than trying to see how the North can actually use the South to achieve their aim, or how the South can use the North to achieve their aim. So I understand, and of course, our country needs to be there for any of these politicians to continue to aspire into various positions. So for me, the people that are organizing this should actually look into so many areas of interest of different groups and categories, so that at the end of the whole thing, the best thing for the country we go through. Thank you, and over from me.
Yeah, thank you so much. Thank you. Sajosh, are you there?
Yeah, I'm still here. Can go. You know,
Yes,
you draw the line. I don't know who is the next. So.
I am listening with my laptop. You'll be hearing my voice twice in the background. But just call you.
So who goes back? Who goes back?
Okay, we just started the meeting. We started with the Ogo then. So let me just that
Okay.
thank
I
you.
think we'll go to Ugo. But look at the topic. This is not a PC, PDP, or LP matter. Just look at the topic. Go ahead, Ugo.
Josh, no wire. Be calm. I have few questions to ask Master Chef. Master Chef, can you hear me?
It's actually chief. Okay, chief.
Oh, Master Chief. Oh, Master Chief. Apologies. Can you hear me? Okay. I presume
Yeah,
you
I
can.
can hear you. But if you don't mind the voice going, because I wanted to restart, but please, I can hear you. So go ahead.
Okay. I just want to ask you a few questions. I just met you recently on this space, so I would like to just ask a few questions. Are you from the Southeast?
I am in Nigeria, my brother.
Are you resident in the Southeast?
Does it matter, Ugo? Why
I'm a
question?
global citizen. I'm a global citizen.
You're a global. I have to ask that question. I don't know if you can still hear me. I have to ask that question because the last discussion you and I had on one of the spaces you held, where you told me anything that is anti-APC, that you are for it. So before I make my submission, I want to ask: would you try and be a little bit circumspect and allow me to say some of the things I want to say? If you want to hear the truth, and if
But
Nigerians and the
wait,
Southeast want to hear the truth,
do you know what the word circumspect means? Because you just use it in a very wrong context. I'm not supposed to be circumspect in to you. You're supposed to be circumspect in your speech. So I don't get if you.
that is why I asked that question. I knew what circumspect
No,
meant
you
before
don't.
I asked you that
You
question,
use it in a very
and
wrong
you've clearly exhibited what I was
But you
asking.
use it in a wrong
I came
context.
up this
I'm just
space
trying to
because I
correct you.
know
I'm not
the
my
last time I
brother.
spoke to you,
I
I
am
felt the last time I was in your space, you were going to be
hold on,
transparent,
my
but you
brother,
were not.
hold on.
So I asked you that question,
Look,
and because I
hold
know
on,
you are
hold on,
anti-APC,
just
I
hold
just
on,
want to just get that
just
background,
hold on for me for 1
approval. If you tell me that you don't want to hear the truth, I'll clear.
Just hold on. Okay, to be honest, I can. Jide is here. I mean, he knows how it is. See, Ugu, you literally agreed on the comment section the last time I was a bit, and now you're. I've accepted your request more than 10 times. That's less that I do not care that much about people's opinion. You can hold it as long as you're not being disrespectful to others. I really don't mind. So if you want to parrot APC propaganda, go for it. I'm sure there are so many people that would answer you. But so sorry, guys, I have to restart the space so it can stop echoing. But yeah, thank you.
All right, thank you so much. All right, thank you so much, Master Chief. I presume I can go ahead with my submission. You see, in as much as we would want to give our opinions on certain issues, I feel sometimes we should allow people that are in the Southeast experiencing what is happening in the Southeast, because some people might be limited in knowledge about what is happening in the Southeast. And I feel that who will better discuss the issue of the Southeast if not somebody that is living there and has been there? Because what we have on Twitter Spaces is people that have not really understood or that understand the peculiarities of the Southeast and what the Southeast is facing. We've been in the Southeast even since when IPOB came up with their shenanigans, and we're telling them this is the way to go. So I think
you can't do this here, and I won't allow you. Don't just go straight to the topic. Grandmaster is from the south. Calm down, just calm down. Grandmaster is here. You are not the only one from the southeast. Grandmaster is from Enugu. I'm from Enugu too. So southeast, you don't owe southeast. You understand? So as you can discuss southeast, I have the right to discuss southeast too. So can you go straight to the topic? We are not doing IPOB or who said this and who did not say that. The topic is there, it's right there before you. Don't delay, don't delay us. And I think we can give you 3 minutes to round off. Go ahead.
Josh, you were not here. Master Chef allowed people to talk, even if what she felt they were saying, she disagreed solely with them. She allowed them to talk, and when they finished talking, she addressed it. I think you should accord me that same privilege and not interject me. Josh, if you would be calm and let me speak. I have never said Grandmaster should not come and discuss about the Southeast. I have never stopped you from discussing about the Southeast. You have that right. You're from the Southeast. So allow me, even if I want to say rubbish, to discuss about the South. I live in the Southeast. The topic here is the Southeast North Alliance, the coalition to set Nigeria on the right path. The Southeast is the topic. And I'm talking about the Southeast.
See,
Okay,
brother,
you have 3 minutes. You have 3 minutes. Go ahead.
thank you very much. I won't say much. The most important thing the Southeast should understand is that there's a difference if a particular politician is in a coalition. The Southeast have not discussed. The Southeast have not sat anywhere to say we are part of any coalition in Nigeria. I am of the Southeast. Maybe Obedient Labour Party are discussing coalition. The Igbos have not sat to discuss anything about Northeast and North Alliance coalition. Anybody going is on his own personal accord. The Southeast will take a position. And which is the position of the Southeast? What is the position of the Southeast? The position of the Southeast is that we want the presidency. Like Jide has said, I want Atiku and Obi to run on a joint ticket. I am rooting for it on a joint ticket. Then the Southeast will now make a statement. Which alliance are we talking about in Nigeria? Who are the people behind the alliance, the coalition? The likes of Malami, the likes of Atiku, the likes of Amechi, that we know the antecedents. Obedient can frolic with them. Yes, the structure of criminality, you can move with them, no problem.
Thank you so much. I've seen that you have nothing to contribute in this matter. Master Chief, see, sometimes not everyone that deserves your contribution in issues. There are some people that will be here to distract you. Malami just left APC. He's still in APC. He's still a criminal, and you care so much about him because he's joining Alliance. Man. And Master Chief, I better go ahead. I think
Can you hear me, Sir Josh? Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Okay, you said what you think. You see, I wasn't even paying attention. I was trying to restart the space. Look, this guy is mischievous, right? And I know he's mischievous. What we do to people like this, you let them speak so that the greater populace can just hear. Then you also give them a piece. There are people here that can, tackle whatever he has to say, because there's nothing he's saying that will make me be like, this guy has made sense. So just allow him, please. But just allow him. Ugo, please. This is me, backing whatever agenda you want to push. And trust me, I would pay very keen attention to you. You have the mic, so tell us what you feel. Okay. Thank you. Sorry about that, Sir Josh. Sorry about that. You have the mic.
Thank you so much, Master Chief. You see, Sir Josh, now you call Malami criminal, but I am not talking on the side of whether it is legal or what he's doing or not. He has his rights. I am speaking as a party man, as an APC person of the same party Malami was a member, or is still a member. I do not know. We've not seen his resignation letter. These were the same people that gang got against Tinubu for Tinubu not to even get the primary ticket. Under 2 years, Tinubu is not working, but you were there for 8 years. We know the schemings and the position they took, not for Tinubu not to become the president. Scarcity of money, naira change, scarcity of fuel, and the likes. So they should not come and tell us Nigerians, because when people talk about Nigerians. I mean Nigerian too. They should not come and tell us that they love Nigeria so much. That is why they want to deceive the Southeast and form a coalition with the Southeast. We don't need that kind of Greek gift. They should hold it. They won't deceive us again. The same Malami that wanted Atiku even when Buhari was in government. There is no coalition currently with the Southeast. That is the point I want to make clearly for those who want to hear. Peter Obi is going on his own coalition, his own agreement with Atiku and their allies. Or will Amechi wake up one day and say the South are in coalition because he's in talks with Atiku? He knows the South will not accept such nonsense.
Why we land Southeast? We will not carry up
But
ahead.
Ugo, I've been on this space when all the governors in the South agreed to you guys stuff, and you people have been parroting the South
Did
have
they say there is a coalition? Did
no,
they
but
say
you
they are
guys have
moving
been
as
saying,
South as a
hold
coalition?
on,
Is the
Ugo,
question.
hold on. But you guys have been saying the South has aligned. You guys did not make that distinction and say, oh, the South politicians have aligned. You all lump us together in the alignment. So why are you being
How
hypocritical
can I do
right now?
that? In South you have PDP members, you have obedient members. Why will I do that? That is what you people fail to recognize, that in the Southeast, you cannot come and speak for the Southeast, because you should understand the fact that we have diverse party members. How can I tell the South have aligned? The governors from the South from PDP are aligning with the APC. They have their home base. They have their party loyalists. They have their supporters. So if we have a large number of South PDP governors that have now moved to APC, we're going to use that yardstick. Politics is all about numbers, my dear. Politics is all about calculation. Politics is about lobbying, negotiation. You look at what the numbers you have on ground.
Okay.
So if South governors
Ugo,
are moving,
you see, you're not a very smart guy, and I say this with a very, very I'm saying this not being insulting, but using your own logic. You are not a very smart guy, because if hold on, Oxley, Oxley, please hold on, please, for me. Give me a minute. You just said that you can use the yardstick of politicians to say the South have aligned, but we cannot use the same yardstick that a man got over almost 100% of votes as a yardstick to say the Southeast have aligned. You're not a very smart guy.
I love that slap.
I am
It was a good one.
no, Ugo, don't take this as an insult, but just take this as a feedback, not an insult. But please, you still have the mic. And after you, Grandmaster will go. Then, I think I don't know. I need to bring social. But yeah, sorry.
Mr. Chief, I wanted to just ask him a simple question before, but let's just.
Master Chief, please. Sorry, before you go, I have a plea, please. Before you bring anybody, make anybody a co-host, please. Allow me to please just give my submission, because I read last time when you made somebody co-host, I was thrown out of 2 times now. You made people who co-host, I was thrown out of the space, right? So I don't know if it's deliberate or anything, but I'm not interested in
it's not deliberate. It's not deliberate. Sorry about that. I'm just trying to, and so I do understand what you're trying to say, but yeah. Ugo, this is my APC brother. We need to do something about your network. This is the 10th time, if I'm not exaggerating. But Ugo, please, you should complete your submission, and people have questions to ask you. And
I don't know what happened. I think it was network. You were going to say something, Master Chief. You were going to say something before I dropped.
Yeah, I said I gave you a feedback, but you can go on with your submission, please. You can go on. Thank you.
No, you were saying something about not wanting to insult me. I wanted to hear what you have to say.
Yeah, I gave a feedback with your submission, but don't worry about it. It is okay. Just go on. Just go on. There are people.
I finished my submission. No, I finished my submission.
Okay.
I wanted to hear what you have to say.
Okay, no problem. So Grandmaster can. Okay, Odogo wants to ask you a question. Can he ask you a question? Okay, all right. Odogo, this is you.
Okay, sorry, real quick. I just want to ask. In 2023, did the Southeast elders sat down and decided that they were going to support the LP candidate? And in 2019, did they do that as well?
We did not sit down anywhere to discuss it.
Okay, good. So why do they need to sit down with the alliance now if there is going to be any coalition and somebody is doing it on its own? How is that a problem that the Southeast have not sat down to support the coalition?
It is a problem because you are using the name of the Southeast for your
anybody can use Southeast the same way you use South.
Anybody cannot use Southeast.
No, the same way you use South.
We won't allow that. We will not allow that in the Southeast.
Calm down, Oga. Wait.
Shut up, family.
Calm down. Calm down, my brother.
Shut up.
You want to use the name of the South East. I want to come
Shut
from
up,
the South East,
Ugo.
from the
Oh
South.
my
You want
goodness,
South
you
East.
fucking
You want
idiot.
South East
Shut
experiences.
up.
You want to use
Hey,
South for yourself.
Ugo,
We
Ugo,
will not allow that.
wait, Ugo,
You
shut
will
up.
not allow what? You
Hey,
cannot tell
Ugo,
everybody
shut
to
up.
mention
You
South
can't,
East.
you
We
can't
will
do
not allow
nothing,
you.
you
If you like,
fucking
It's not
if you like,
possible.
you
idiot.
call
You
me on my
can't.
Yeah.
last
You
name.
can't
What,
even
don't,
do that.
don't you see
Who
that
like
you
you,
are in
who
the
like
wrong
you have
fucking
used the South East
space?
as the city
You
South
can
And
you
you
East.
can
shut
you
We
can
have
up,
call
man.
used
South
the
South,
South
but
East to
you
play
cannot call
tribal
South
fire.
East.
We
Doesn't
will
make
not
sense
allow
to
that.
you.
We will not allow that. Odogu, you can
Who are
see
the
that
Hey,
we?
shut up,
Who
Ugo.
are
What
the
will you
we?
not
We will
allow?
not
What the
allow.
fuck can you
Who
not
are
allow?
the
What
we?
power
Like
have you
you
got?
two disgruntled
What
members,
power
like
have
you
you
two
got?
criminals that want to use
I
name of
don't
the South
understand
East
how
to solve
deluded people
political
like you
points.
are.
You
They
guys,
want
Like,
to use the South
family,
brothers.
East.
you are
They
nothing
want the
but a
South East. They want
political jobber.
come on,
Yeah?
can I sit
That's
down,
all
my
you
friend?
are. You're coming here to say you won't
Sit
allow
down.
shit.
You're
Fam,
criminal element.
you haven't got any clout. Yeah, politically, you haven't got nothing in the southeast. You ain't shit, family. Yeah,
Yeah.
you just
So
come
why
here,
are
You
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 know,
coming
chat
to
a
you know,
whole
why
lot of
are you
rubbish.
using the South East name?
hold
If
on.
we are nothing, why
Social,
are you
No,
now
no, I'm
coming
not
to
talking
coming to
about the
beg
southeast.
people?
I'm
Talking
talking about
about
Coming to
you
you,
beg
as
the
a
South
not
East for
person.
you.
vote.
You,
If
No,
you
no,
are
no.
Brandon.
nothing,
I'm
What?
talking
come and
about you
talk.
as an
You said
We
we
individual,
are
are
not
not
talking
family.
about
coming down
South
for
East.
You,
South
We
East.
are
Ugo,
the
Coming
South
to
East.
talk.
We
We
are
you,
are
the
the
low
Northern.
tanner,
criminal element.
or whatever
You
the
want to
fuck
use the
your
South
name
East to
is,
support
yeah?
to
Like,
support
you
Akpabio,
are a
to
fucking
support
idiot.
the
Hold
You
on.
ain't
people that
shit.
are for the South
Yeah,
East now.
particularly in the
Why these
southeast.
two people?
You are
Why these
nothing.
people
You are a
reward the South
political
East for
jobber.
15 years? Criminal element.
Shut
Citizens.
up.
You want to deceive us. Papa deceive Pikin.
Shut
Pikin
up.
deceive Papa.
Okay.
Come to the South East. We have what
Okay. Sorry. I had to mute. Sorry. Social, just hold on. There are people from the southeast that I'm sure they would want to, respond to Ugo. Like I was saying to him, I gave him some feedback, and unfortunately, he couldn't get it. I wish this space was recorded. Maybe he would have gone back to listen to my feedback. But Grandmaster is from the southeast, and Igurube is from the
Yeah.
So
Grandmaster, I'm going to unblock you because I want to believe we are on the same side now, so you can unblock me too. Yeah, yeah, we are running the same race. Yeah, we're family now. Yeah, we're family now.
don't even know their word. They don't even know
Hey,
their
shut up!
civil rules.
Oh my goodness, they told you you're a fucking idiot, and you
Shut the
couldn't
fuck
even.
up, Social. Who are you to tell me to shut up?
You
Who are
couldn't
you to tell me to
understand
shut
that.
up? You look like
And
an
she
idiot.
she told you in a very, very polite way that you are an idiot. I'm telling you to shut up because you're a fucking idiot, you dickhead. You are a dickhead. Shut up. You fucking dickhead. You fucking dickhead. Shut up. Shut up. Shut up.
Okay. It's as long as it's very comical. Sometimes we need to, exercise our vocal cords, but let's try to speak so that our listeners will find it enjoyable. Ugo, please, I would not drop you. If you get dropped, it's your network, although we have a lot of people that want to speak. So we'll move the mic so that we can hear from other people's perspective. We've heard from Ugo, the endangered species in the southeast. So let's hear from people that are not endangered species. Will get their own perspectives. And please, I think after Grandmaster we'll go to XT so we can make space for people to come up. Grandmaster, please, you have the mic. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much, Master Chief. Social, by the way, I've already blocked you. It's probably this alliance is needed actually, so that we can take these guys head on. But let me say this very quickly. The truth is this: the psychology of the average Igbo person. An Igbo person has a mind of his own. They think for themselves. That does not mean that they do not follow leadership. Sometimes they will reach a consensus. You will see that consensus was reached without them speaking about it. Now, let me first of all correct something that was said here. Peter Obi in the 2020 election was the consensus candidate of the Southeast. If you don't know it, ask questions. Nyamodu said this himself. Peter Obi was the consensus candidate of the Southeast. Anybody who's coming up here to tell you there are multiple parties, Peter Obi does not represent anybody, the person is just a jobber. Let me say categorically clear. The last person you should listen to, I repeat it again, the last person you should ever listen to when it comes to politics in the Southeast is the guy that you are responding to, Master Chief. You understand? He's the last person, the least person you should ever pay attention to when it comes to politics. He's inconsistent. He is hypocritical. His ultimate goal is how to deliver votes for the APC so that he can be recognized. His words, not mine. I listened to the diatribe he threw this morning in one of the spaces that I had while I was preparing to go to seminar. In that submission, he said something very peculiar. He said, when they go to the center, how do they appear empty-handed? They have nothing to show from the Southeast. And that is why they must do whatever is needed to ensure that people in the Southeast vote for the APC. He used 70%, if possible 100%, so that when he gets to the center, he can show them this is what we have achieved in the Southeast. That is somebody telling you that everything that concerns him is his own interest. He doesn't give a shit about the Southeast. The Southeast to him is a means to an end, a means to be recognized in the APC. He's been sidelined. He's been reduced to nothing. So all he's doing is just to show that he is worth something for his own personal good. But the hypocrisy is astounding. In that submission he made in the morning, he took his time insulting Peter Obi, asking why the Southeast should pour all their votes into Peter Obi, and that they will not allow Peter Obi to destroy the votes of the Southeast in 2027, as if this guy is worth anything in the Southeast, as if anybody knows how to get to his father's compound in the Southeast, as if he has a name in the Southeast. He wants to challenge Peter Obi and tell Peter Obi that they will not allow him. But this guy cannot explain to Nigerians that when Tinubu formed an alliance, a coalition with the CPC and other political parties, that coalition was done in the name of the Southwest. Is he trying to tell us that it was all the Southwestern politicians that were in tandem with the coalition? But that coalition was pushed as a Southwest alliance with the North, right? He doesn't see the hypocrisy in it. He doesn't see the hypocrisy in asking the Southeasterners not to pour their votes into Peter Obi or into a coalition, but he wants them to pour the same votes, 100%, into the APC. He doesn't see the hypocrisy. He does not recognize that there are diverse opinions in the Southeast. Just as he came here to protest and say that, are there only one political? Is there only one political party in the Southeast? There are other politicians who do not belong to the same party as Peter Obi. He is refusing to accept that people he's asking to pour their 100% votes, his words, not mine, into the APC, also have diverse opinion and diverse political parties they believe. But he wants to force them to pour their votes into the APC. And that is the problem. The audacity to come up and ask, who is Peter Obi? Please present me any politician today in the Southeast that commands the influence that Peter Obi commands, both within the Southeast and outside the Southeast, across the entire Nigeria. Your APC politicians in the South, present me one, just one, that if you bring this person out and in front of this person is a presidential candidate that the APC is going to front from the Southeast, that this person is going to garner the support, national appeal that Peter Obi is garnering. There is none. Absolutely none. But you come and you tell us that Peter Obi does not represent the Southeast. The votes speak for themselves. That was why when I started speaking, I said, we may have our individual minds, but sometimes when we act, we will actually tell you which direction we are going. Peter Obi won all the 5 Southeastern states in the last election. Is that the person you are telling us does not command respect in the Southeast? Which politician are you presenting to us that can pull out such a fleet across the entire Southeast? Who? Mention the name. Is it Umahi? Is it Rocha Sokorocha? Is it Timaroke? Is it Timba? Who exactly is going to pull such a feat as it stands today? And you know what hurts me the most is that this guy reduces the Southeast to just simply votes. He has no respect for the Southeast. He has, in fact, when you hear him speak about certain individuals coming from that part of the country with so much disdain and hate and bile, you keep asking yourself, is this guy actually from that Southeast? Because I find it very difficult to believe this guy. Because when he was speaking this morning, at a point in time, the person that was driving with me in the car was asking me, why is this guy so bitter? The bitterness was spilling out. And the host of the space was enabling him. Enabling him. So please, I don't think anybody should come up here and listen to this character. He commands no respect anywhere. He claims to be from Anambra State. Nobody knows him in Anambra State. He has come up multiple times on spaces to frame his father up, not Southeasterners, claiming that he was the one that pushed the agenda that APC supporters in the Southeast are an endangered species. And then Ogbeni Dikpo took it up and used it to push an agenda here. It was this character that pushed it. He concocted a story about how his brother was almost killed, a fictitious story. When he was grilled, he could not give details of the events that happened. Please, Master Chief, I don't have energy to engage people like this. I only came here to tell you, when you want to listen to people that understand politics, that please, this guy is the least person you should listen to. At least look for people that have an open mind. At least look for people that you can have a proper discussion with. Don't look for APC footmats. Don't look for them. People with no value. The only thing they are looking for is what position they can get within the APC, because they don't regard them in the APC. They don't regard them. All these nonsense Southeast APC members have, the Southeast, the APC members don't have any respect for them. They easily throw them under the bus. So this guy is willing to lick any ass, suck any toe, do whatever it takes to actually prove to them that, oh, I am worth something. That is why he comes up a non-entity, an inconsequential character. Nobody knows where he's from. We come up and tell you that we are going to stop Peter Obi, ensure that Peter Obi does not destroy the vote of the Southeast. Who is this person? From where to where? So as I'm saying, Master Chief, the task ahead is bigger than this character. It's bigger than this clown. The task ahead is how to end the APC, and that is the ultimate goal. I don't think we need to listen to these people. The day we have to start taking our instructions and our advice from these people like this guy, I think that they must have failed. We have lost sight of what we're actually looking for. Please, I don't think people like this, I even prefer the way Sir Josh handled him. He has nothing to say. The only thing he's going to say here is to come and pour bile. Only to pour bile on the Southeast Ndibu. After pouring bile on them, he will insult Peter Obi and tell that it is only APC or nothing. Even the hardcore APC members that I know don't behave like him. I don't know if he's a cause or something. This guy is lost. Like, he's a fanatic. And I don't think fanatics are the people we should be engaging. You should be engaging people that have at least an open mind. People that can move their stance from what it used to be to something else. If you want to know about politics, there are some sound Southeasterners, even some that are within the APC, or some that have been inside the APC before. For as much as it may sound surprising to some people, you can listen to Onyi, not Onyedika, Onyi, the other Onyi that used to be. You can listen to him. He will be a more objective person to listen to. Imagine how extreme you have to be. How extreme you have to be that your fellow APC members are staying away from you. That is what this guy goes through. He threatens his fellow APC members. He says all kinds of things to them. They have to stay away from him. So I don't think he should come and here and propagate his extremism. What we are doing here is something serious and important to this country. This is a guy that doesn't believe in anything. Even if this country is on literal fire, this guy will tell you that Tinubu is the best thing since sliced bread. So I don't think we should be wasting our energy with this. The task ahead is big. We are looking to end the reign of the APC in this country, and it must be all hands on deck. And if you remember when I first gave my first submission, I said, for me personally, this has nothing to do with the Southeast-North alliance. This is a Nigerian alliance. Master Chief, the Nigerians are tired. We cannot picture another 4 years of this nonsense. Look at the level of psychophants and idiots we have to listen to. Pour your 100% into the APC. So we need to pour our 100% into the APC for us to be treated as Nigerians. We need to show you, we need to give you something you can take to the APC and show them, oh, you are working, so that they can give you a position, a useless SA or PA. So you are using us to count your own scores. No, we don't pass that level. Peter Obi is the Southeastern consensus candidate, as said by Nyamodo. His words, not mine. Right? As said by Ohaneze, their words, not mine. Peter Obi is going into an alliance for the Southeast. The rest of them that claim they are Southeast politicians, if they feel like they have the popularity, I dare them to run for a primary in their APC, not even in a different party. Let them go and run for primaries in their APC, and let's check how many votes people from the other region are going to give them. Then you can come up and tell us that you are a Southeastern candidate or you're a consensus. Until then, if you cannot do what Peter Obi does, please do. That's desist from coming to spaces to come and speak on behalf of Southeasterners. It won't ambition. Nobody knows you in the Southeast. So don't come and speak for us. If we take a mental note of people who are here and we make a poll here, you will notice that 99% of Southeasterners here, or even on this app, will tell you that Peter Obi speaks for them. That is democracy. That is consensus. Don't let this kind of person come and derail us. So I will end with this. Please, this guy is a known rabble rouser. His only intention is to come in spaces where people are trying to make progress and derail with his bitterness. His level of bitterness is unprecedented. It is something I've never seen before. I don't need this kind of person in spaces. We are discussing something important here. He doesn't speak for the Southeast. The people that speak for the Southeast know themselves. And as it stands today, if Peter Obi is going into an alliance or coalition, he is going in the name of the entire Southeasterners. I make bold to say that because everybody, almost everybody in this room that is a Southeastern, will agree with me. He is doing it in our name. Don't come up here to come and say nonsense. So let me end with this. At the end of the day, Master Chief, I repeat again, I think we should get to a point where we need to stop taking advice from people like this. They can give their little opinion, but you see this, their advice, keep it to yourself. If APC is in a position to give anybody advice, we will tell APC that they are in a position to give people advice. As it stands today, I don't think listening to APC people is what we are willing to do today or anytime in the future. What we need you guys to do is to leave this country. Pack your things and leave. Otherwise, we'll do whatever is necessary to get out of there. APC must be ended for the good of this country so that this country will heal. The division that APC has caused in this country is something that we cannot deal with anymore. And everybody must put their hands on deck. Remember, regardless of where you come from, APC must be brought to an end. And I wish and I hope for that day that you will cry. Because I listened to your space this morning and you are gloating. I promise you, I promise you your grief is coming. And you will witness it in your lifetime. Thank you very much, Master Chief. You.
Thank you so much, Grandmaster. You see, Ugo, I'm actually very protective of slow people,
I hope
and it
Master
hurts
Chief
me
will allow
when
me
Master Chief, I
you
think you go
know.
allow me speak now.
Okay,
You
Yeah,
allow
hold
them
on,
talk
hold
for
on.
hours
You know,
now.
it
let
hurts
you
me.
do
It
that
hurts
and
me
be
when
kind of you to
very.
give that report.
Hold on now, hold on, Ugo. It
I
hurts
don't know.
when
I don't know if Master Chef is close.
yeah.
Um,
Can you hear me?
but
Can you hear me, Odogo? Odogo, this
let me
can you
wait
I
hear
for
can
me?
hear
her to
you,
get
Master
her
Chief. I can
approval
hear
to
you.
talk.
A lot of people can
Okay.
hear you.
I think
We
I
can
think
hear you.
Ugo.
We don't get network, I beg. Just keep it.
Social, are you here? Social, are you here?
You see,
Social.
sometimes I laugh
Okay.
uh,
Ugo, I
with
would drop
some
you,
people that
right?
would.
I will drop you. Ugo, I will drop you, right? And it's not me being, rude, but just a request so that you can hear me, okay? But we need to, move the mic. XT, there's so many requests here, and I'm trying to, get to them. I'm sorry, guys. Just give me like 5 minutes. I'll clear the stage. XT, you have the mic. Please.
All right. Thank you, Master. Good evening, guys. Well, it's been a turbulent one since I've been, paying attention to you guys or to the topic in discussion. Well, before I proceed to make my own source of mission, I don't know if you allow me to correct some will I say, some erroneous submissions some people, made here earlier. Can I proceed?
Go ahead, now.
Oh,
XT.
yeah,
Go
you
ahead.
can.
Go
You
ahead.
can go on. You
All
can go
right.
on.
So earlier on, someone came on this space and he was asserting to the fact that the Southeasterners have referred them to cows and all what not. And for me, I believe that can two work together if they do not agree? And it is also evident that Southeast suffered the loss of civil war. And not just that, since 2015, it is evident that there has been a huge level of nepotism against Southeast, both in the area of budgeting, both in the area of appointments and recruitment, as it were. Federal character died automatically since 2015, and to a large extent, it's grossly against the Southeast. We were also in this country when a president referred Southeast as a dot, and the likes of the senator from Abia State. I've forgotten his name. The senator from Abia State, was on TV and he spoke to a large extent against that. And we've also seen, even on social media here, especially Twitter, when some folks from the north also address the Southeast as third-class citizens. So what I'm trying to do here is it's not just let us try to be objective. Yes, people have called the Northerners cow, and to a large extent, they have also used their own adjective and in action, to treat the Southeast the way they feel it is right. So when we are making
XT, I don't know if you heard me earlier on, and I did well to clear that. So please, guys, let's just stay on course. There's no need for all this. I have already cleared that, and like I said too, if you were actually paying attention, picking on this would just fester. Please, just topic, please.
All right, that was why I asked if I should go ahead and correct some erroneous assertion. It's fine. Just to stick to the topic, for me, having a handshake across the Niger, it's not the first time. It's not bad. It's a welcome development for anyone who thinks good for this country. Some of us might be living outside Nigeria, and if we are honest to ourselves, people living outside, you might think you don't feel the economic hardship that people are experiencing in Nigeria, but we send more money. Most of us fund what is happening because people barely find means of livelihood now. And for any good thinking person should concur with this coalition between the Southeast and the North. So for me, I sincerely support that, and whatever it would take to make it a reality, I think we should all support it too. But however, the misgivings I have in respect to this coalition is some people saying it has to be Atiku or it must be Peter Obi. For me, I might have my own choice. I would strongly advise, if the North can get someone that has a fanatical support, someone like Kwankwaso, for instance, someone that can be able to galvanize support just like Buhari did. If we are fair, without being disrespectful to the PDP supporters here, it's hard for Atiku to pull any crowd except financial inducement is not involved, if we are honest. Not anyone can come out for Atiku. You must bring financial inducement to a large extent. And that is not the same case with Obi. That is not the same case with the likes of Kwankwaso. So I will, strongly support the fact that we have the likes of Obi, Kwankwaso tickets. Some people have also said here that Obi was not patient. That was why he would have been a vice president now. And that is also a false narrative. in 2023 election, the PDP agreed, the PDP Governors Forum agreed they are going to give the deputy, the vice presidential ticket to a PDP state governor. And that was why they chose Okowa from Delta State. It was also glaring that PDP was not in support of zoning the tickets to the south. So someone saying Obi was impatient, and how many votes did he garner? He got 6.1 million votes that was officially announced. PDP had about 6.9 or so. So the margin is not all that significant compared to.
So it was Obi that has 6.1, but it's PDP that has 6.9, not Atiku. And not Labour Party that has 6.1. Go ahead, Sha, we are listening.
Okay. So, well, Obi represented Labour, Atiku represented PDP. So I am still in the right direction. So the margin is not all that significant considering the governors on ground for PDP. So, but just like I said at the beginning of my introduction, can two work together if they do not agree? Continuous throwing of shade to Labour Party or to Obi or to Atiku cannot create a way forward. And for us to get into an alliance, we have to be honest. We have to put our emotions aside, and we have to look at things critically. To be fair, most northern elites do not want Atiku. The people who are currently supporting him or people who are around him today are people who are there for his money. So I have
I hate the fact that I have to keep on doing this because most people don't know how to stay on course. I really don't like doing this. But yeah, thank you so much for your submission. Thank you so much for your submission, XT. We'll move the mic to King Eze. Please, XT, you can mute your mic. We'll move over to King Eze. Oh my God.
Hello, everyone. Mr. XT, please could you mute your mic? There's an interference.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Good day or good night, everyone. First of all, I want to say thanks for the space, Master Chief. So what I don't understand, perhaps someone can set me straight, is that alliance and coalition are not the same thing, the way I've studied political systems. So alliance means that the two parties or multiple parties actually have something in common. Like you could say the United States and Europe, they have the NATO alliance because they believe they are democracy and they are fighting against communists. That's an alliance. They have an ideology that they both believe in. A coalition is when you make a lot of concessions. A good example is when, like Nigeria don't have what I'm about to say, but that would have been a good thing, but we don't have it. And this is it. You have a minimum requirement of votes that you have to win to win an election. So let's say the minimum requirement is 40%, but the party that wins most of the votes, only got like 38. Now you have another party that win maybe 20% and 15%. Now they can form a coalition government by negotiating and saying, okay, with your 15% or 28%, you join with my 30-something percent. Now we have more than 40% of the vote combined. Now we form a coalition. In such government, there's usually a lot of concessions. So a concrete example is, let's say PDP and APC, for example, nobody got the majority of or the requirement of the vote. So they form a coalition. It means there will be a negotiation in every bills that they want to pass or budget. However, Nigeria don't have such system. I believe that's the reason you have Peter Obi and Atiku or Shetima, whoever, coming together to form a coalition. Now, here's the question. Within this coalition, what will be the concessions? I'm not in any of these parties to know. So it's just a question, and anybody's answer will be fine for me. What would be the concessions? Let's say they get into government now, because they are forming a coalition as one party, not as a separate party combining their votes. So it's two different parties coming together to form kind of one party, but you see, it's a coalition. Because this is what Tinubu and Buhari did. They formed a coalition with their AMPC, I think it was ACN or AC, whatever, the Tinubu side. And the Tinubu side provided Osibanjo, and we saw how they did all the appointments they did. And the Tinubu side was more vocal during Buhari time when they disagree with Buhari policy. So that was a coalition, a lot of concession, negotiation. Now, a concrete example that I want to use to ask my question is, let's say, for example, Peter Obi says, let's prioritize seaport, more seaport. And the Atiku side said, you know what, we have a lot of farmers from the north. We need to build railway that can ship their stuff to the south and to existing seaports. Now they will have to negotiate, not publicly, but that's where concession comes in. Now, what does anyone, let me just ask, does anyone on this space have an idea how that negotiation will go and how it will benefit the Nigerian people? That's what I wanted to ask. I hope I did not take too much time. Thank you.
All right, thank you. And I'm sure someone would be, magnanimous enough to answer your question in the future. Thank you. Okay, Dr. Croc, please. Dr. Croc. I don't know if Dr. Croc is still here, but if Dr. Croc is not, I will move to Igurube. Odogo, I'm sorry, after Igurube, you will go. Okay, it's true. Igurube, I don't know if you can hear me. Odogo, can you hear me?
I can hear you, loud and clear.
I don't know if Igurube can hear me.
Ugurube, can you hear Master Chief, if you can hear me?
Yeah, I can hear her.
Yeah, Ugurube is there.
Okay, you're next, please. Thank you.
Okay. All right. Good evening, everyone. I'm listening. Listening. But the point is not about what shares and what is up for sharing or what is not up for sharing. The point here is Southeast Alliance and the North Alliance. Well, first of all, if we have a look at the background of this political space in Nigeria, the question should be how Southeast political bloc or Eastern bloc working in the past and what changed or at what point they changed. So if you come to 2015, it was two oppositions against PDP that formed alliance, right? Even when Tinubu worked for PDP in 2011, he was flown to Abuja with private jets to negotiate a deal with Jonathan campaign team, and even when he had his own presidential candidate under his party, but he still gave his structures and the voting bloc to Jonathan PDP. Right? Jonathan won the election. He tried his best to be part of the government, and for whatever reason, so he and his team pulled back. Under 12 months of the same administration he supported, right? He saw a window of opportunity. He saw a window of opportunity. The window of opportunity is this: the aggrieved northern politicians who were not comfortable with Jonathan taking that the so-called northern tenor, and Tinubu launched the opposition immediately. This Jonathan was sworn in 29th May 2011. By January, February 2012, just 8 months or about less than 10 months into Jonathan administration, Tinubu was leading opposition against the same government, protesting in Lagos with the Save Nigerian Group and the rest of them, right? That was the beginning of that opposition. Now, the window of opportunity he saw is a guaranteed vote of President Muhammadu Buhari. Buhari had already said, I am tired of Nigerian system, political democratic system. I am not going to participate in this again. Off I go. He went back home. It was Tinubu who went to that place. Do you think that Tinubu loved Buhari? Do you think he was love affair? Or because he believed that Buhari will turn Nigeria into a... No, it was about himself. He wanted that. He wanted that Buhari in that structure or in that movement, because no amount of movement of Tinubu team and his political structure and his region would have set Jonathan out of that government. No. But he saw that window of opportunity and he made classical profit out of it. Right? Again, supporting Buhari was not because, remember that he was the person who pronounced Buhari when he was working with PDP. It was him who made it clear to the whole Nigeria that Buhari is unelectable. It was his own word. The same him again went to Kaduna to convince him to come out and run. He will support him. He will do everything to ensure that he got the ticket. And Buhari came along with him, and he gave him all that support. Did you think that the support he gave to Buhari was because of love? No. Or because of not? No. It was because of himself and his own team. And he struck the deal. And the reason why he did everything he did with Buhari, because he know that Buhari is a man of his word, that we need that agreement, two of them we have, unlike maybe other everyday Nigerian politicians. Remember that Atiku, he turned his back on to support Buhari, was once his presidential candidate in 2007. They ran campaign together. But it's not about love, it's about interest. And when he went into that alliance, the Southwest PDP said, no, we're not part of you, we're not part of that. Even the former secretary to Buhari, Yinka Udumaki, became opposition of Buhari. Very, very loud opposition against Buhari, his former principal. So when they won the election, Tinubu started strategizing himself for the presidency. Whether you support him or not, the bottom line is that as long as Buhari is not going to interfere in stopping him from contesting, every other thing he can fix it up himself. And that was exactly what Buhari did for him. Without interfering, without stopping him, without blocking him, without waving any file, using EFCC or using any form of any machinery to stop him. No, Buhari just stayed away. And he played the politics with the politician in APC, and here we are. Now you come to Southeast, you have a Buhari version in the Southeast in the person of P2B. with political movement, with people who are not looking for political appointment or whatever thing they're going, not only even only in the southeast, but across Nigeria, going to give him, ready to die for him, ready to put their money and everything. That is a plus. So if P2B is from southeast, mind you that when people are talking about P2B being southeast, no. If you are talking about the Biden movement, it goes beyond southeast. So there is no way even P2B can be only southeast candidate, but to his obedient family across Nigeria. Because one thing about obedient is that they are the staunch opposition against APC. So there is no way they are going to go to APC or support APC or vote for APC. So let us put it around now in Southeast. In 1979, 78, we just 8 years after Civil War, right? We had Nnamdi Azikiwe, who was NPP of Anambra and Imo of those days, which is Southeast of today. And beyond, we had them Plateau, and the other states supporting Zeke. In the same Southeast, so then, Eastern region then, right? Zeke was leading, there was no entry. In the Southwest, Awolowo was leading, no entrance. Obasanjo was the person to hand over as the military president. He needed alliance, big Shagari NPN. They walked into Southeast. Where you had 100% LPP supporters for Zeke. They managed to make the inroad there and got Ekweme, who was a gubernatorial candidate of LPP before the party gave it to Jim Obodo. And he left with his own team. Few, top Igbo politicians or more mega rich men. And they moved in to to LPN. And they ran the election. So they used the little votes or whatever they galvanized from the southeast of that time to make up Shagari presidency. And they won that election. And nobody can say in the southeast of those days that they lost out in NPN. So the people who will say that they are fanatics of that party can tell you how much they got. Inside that same southeast, you have the young Chombo Kalimo, who was the spokesperson of NPN, campaigning vigorously against Zeke, doing everything, calling Zeke all manner of, but still Zeke won the election square, both Anambra and Imo. So if you like Zeke now, you have a P2B. The only thing is that Zeke didn't go across. So you have P2B in the person of Zeke today. So anybody in APC, yes, APC can galvanize any amount of votes they can get, but let them not say that they're going to sweep P2B under the carpet. No amount of money will change that. It not going to happen. Not today, not tomorrow, not next tomorrow. It not going to happen. Even if you like empty CBN, bring the money, people will collect it, but they will do the needful. They will do the needful on the election day. So if we are talking about alliance of the North with the Southeast, no, it is not new. It is not something new. Forget about those who say, oh, Southeast don't know how to play politics. Yes, we don't know how to play politics because we lost out in 2015. However, before then, I want anyone here to come and tell me from the 1999, the present one we are running now, which is about 26 years ago, from 1999, tell me that particular person running an election in Nigeria, especially on the PDP, that was not sleeping in the southeast just for their vote and their support. Enugu Airport was in fact it was a Christmas carol. Tell me that person. Buhari was there. Buhari was fighting. Obasanjo was fighting. Everybody. Atiku Abubakar even as a vice president. So yes, they supported their candidate in 2015. Jonathan, he lost, and they played the opposition. They played the opposition now for 12 years. So if alliance, the window of opportunity, because APC deliberately created this northern opposition against them themselves. Nobody, it was even not Nigeria, them out of their own arrogance. Out of their own arrogance, this APC government, they created it. No, Southeast did not create El-Rufai as APC. They did not create Atiku as they did not create Malami them and the rest of them. They did not create Amechi them and all that. I am happy to see APC saying, no, Amechi is irrelevant. So a whole Amechi, Chibike is now irrelevant to only APC. Amechi of all people. The Malami of Buhari is now irrelevant. I like to say I am celebrating. It is joy to hear you guys saying, oh, they are irrelevant. Maybe it's just like someone who lost his girlfriend and turn around, or his wife, turn around and say, oh, he's this, she's that. But deep inside yourself, you know that you lost somebody. You created that. So if Southeast decide to take the same advantage like Tinubu did with Buhari, I don't see anybody. So nobody should say, come and tell us, Atiku is corrupt, P2B is structure of criminal, whatever anybody said during the campaign or whatever thing, that is yesterday. We can go on and flip around and share the works of the so-called leaders and politicians. It is not love affair. It is not a girlfriend and boyfriend or husband affair. No. It is about interest. So if the people of Southeast Eastern voters decide that they are going to make use of this window of opportunity, so be it. So be it. In 2019, mind you, for those who say in Atiku, in 2019, Atiku gave Buhari and P2B gave Buhari a run for his money. Yes, in 2019. In 2019, mind you, Atiku was the president. Sorry, Buhari was the sitting president, and Atiku was not the sitting president. Go and check the result. Go and check what happened. So Buhari is not contesting now. He can only say support my political party if at all is going to come out. But this window of opportunity, nobody should question those who wants to make use of it. APC is celebrating, oh, you say, oh, South, the South out. No, the only thing that you are going to do in the so-called, you're doing this in South House, you're realizing, no, governors don't control this territory. Governors, Okowa is a sitting governor, lost to P2B in Delta State. So, even if the whole governors in South East decide to join APC today, una no go do speaking. If una no rig that election in down south, Rivers, Akwa Ibom, and the Cross River, una no go still get to myself. There is a voting pattern in this area. Una no go change them. The only way una go change them is the way you change River State election last week. You changed the River State election in last election. That's all. If you have the confidence that it is going to be business as usual, I don't see reason why you're launching military government in River State to capture, because you don't want River State to fall in the hands of opposition. You want to cajole the boy in River State into your own. You don't want River State resources to, because you APC used the resources of River State in 2015 to fight Jonathan. You saw how successful it was. You used it in Wike, still using it, and you are scared of allowing the guy in River State to make his own political choice. You launch military government immediately to stop him from making his own political decision. Of course, you can cajole him, but still, the voters there will still make their choice. The only thing you will do is the same Wike magic. That's all. But you know what happened in the Southeast. So if the window of opportunity, I know you are jittering. So anyone here listening to any APC supporter saying, "Oh no, we are going to meet." Not here. May God give us the help. We are going to meet here for campaign. Even the only person that I personally will not campaign for is a terrorist. But even if Madam 90 years, 100 years, I will campaign for that madam against this APC bigoted government. So if you think that you are going to play the card of, no, P2B is not a task. He's not going into coalition with AK-47 to force anybody. No. Neither is El-Rufai or Atiku going to this. No. They are well matured enough. They are going to make their decision. They are going to make the decision and the choice that will benefit all Nigerians. No, they are going to make that decision. So my last point here is this: Southeast is a gun. Nobody bring CBN, establish it in Enugu, Anambra, and the rest of them. It no go work. Take this to the bank. We campaigned for APC last election, right? We campaigned for them in the other election, before then and all that. How far? Buhari used Ikumezuke, Chubo Kadimo, with all the influence of Chubo Kadimo. And let us see what Chuba brought on board. With all the influence of Ikumezuke, let's see what the before Buhari switching to Southwest, to Bakare, and now to Tinubu. So he's saying President don't know how to play politics. Yes, but Buhari stuck his neck for 2 times with his resources and everything. So if Southeast has played the same politics of Tinubu played in 2015, right? Southeast and Buhari would have been the ones in that government. First and second term of Buhari appearance, because he conquered the North himself. All he was looking for is just the support from the South. But the South is totally disagreed with their son running with him. So if they feel now, and I am happy that Wike is in APC now, doing whatever thing he's doing.
Time.
Okay, I'm gonna take Michael. Sorry, take Michael. Take Mike. Master Chef, Michael, take Mike. Master Chef.
Thank you so much, Gurubi. In a long time, the reason why I was listening to you is because in a long time you're the first person I've come up to speak on the topic, and I do appreciate you for that. Thank you so much. Thank you. My judge, I don't know, are you still here? Social.
Master Chef, I think I'm going to go next. Now I've been here since 7:30, actually. And yes. I've listened to everybody speak. Everybody. And I've not spoken
yet. Not everybody, because I've not spoken either. But go ahead.
Social, are you here, Social?
Yes, I'm right here with you, Sutanita.
Okay, my judge, please just help me take over for a bit.
Oh, absolutely. I got you.
Okay.
Who's going next?
Let Mina go.
Okay,
Then
okay, go ahead, Mina.
Okay, no problem.
All right, thank you.
But wait, let me put out a public service announcement. If you're AP, if anybody's APC, you're on the speaker section, and you are not with the coalition, I want to advise you to go to the listener section and have a beautiful listening experience, all right? Because I will cuss the fuck out of you. Yeah, sorry about that, Mina. Please go ahead.
Thank you very much, Social. I'll just quickly dive into the topic. I've been here, I've listened to a lot of people speak and a lot of opinions, being spoken. But I want to speak about, first of all, the recent activity of, the consultative forum and the whole sentiment I've been flying around regarding Southeast and North Alliance. Now, like one of the speakers said, I think Igor Bube said, or Dogu said the Southeast. This is not it's not a new thing for the Southeast to go into coalition with the North. As a matter of fact, right from 1979, or right from the Shagari regime, we've actually been the coalition. We've actually been a very good coalition with the North, with Shagari, with then maybe 1999 with Obasanjo, no, not with Obasanjo, with Yar'Adua, and the Southeast are actually very loyal people. One thing we have to understand is that once the Southeast stands for you, they stand for you. They are not people, or we are not people that you can induce with money. I'm talking about grassroots Southeast electorates now. We're not people you can induce money and say, oh, if you give them so amount, they will change their mind. No. And these are the things that people have to understand. If we say no to you, we say no to you. A very good instance was Buhari. We said no to Buhari, irrespective of the treatment made in Southeast. They still stood their ground and said no to the very end. You understand? And the same thing is playing out with Tinubu. So in the same vein, if the Southeast says yes to you, they are definitely going to stay with you. And I'm speaking to the confidence now regards this coalition. Okay? That if this coalition is formed and the interest, I'm going to speak on interest and sentiment. You see, when the National Consultative meeting was held, where we had a lot of northern juggernauts, and we had P2B, we also had Amici in that conference, or in that meeting. You could see that to a very large extent, the North will always put the interest of the North first. And this is where we have to come and play mature politics. The Southeast come with their own interest. Forget about the sentiment that we turn around. Like I heard some speakers say, the Southeast, they call this with these names. This is not the call this with this is not what we're after. What we're actually talking about is interest. Interest supersedes whatever names or whatever. When it's time to play politics, let us play politics. Interest of the North, interest of the Southeast, or by extension, interest of the Southeast and South-South, because to a very large extent, the Southeast and the South-South vote along the same, they have the same, they vote in line. They vote in the same vote, they have the same voting pattern. If the Southeast votes, like let's say the South has a popular opinion on a particular candidate, the South also play the same game too with the Southeast. So if P2B, for example, brings the interest of the Southeast and the South-South to national discourse, and the North brings their own interest to the popular discourse, even if we don't even like the people involved, and say, oh, you did this to the Igbos, you did this to the Southeast, blah, blah, blah. Once if they're able to bring their interest and we bring our own interest and we arrive at a common ground, then why can't we form a coalition? Why can't we form a coalition? We can. The North has their own interests. The Southeast also have their own interests. The Southeast and the South have their own interests. So when we bring that to the table, we can negotiate on that interest and go into a coalition based on that interest. And let me tell you something. The clouds Peter Obi had in 2019 when he deputed Atiku as the vice president, it's not the same cloud Peter Obi has now. Peter Obi has a way bigger cloud. In fact, as of 2019, I think Atiku was actually a bigger political icon compared to 2025. In 2025, to a very, very large extent, let us be very, very truthful. Peter Obi has a bigger clout. Nationwide, I'm not talking about the North now, nationwide compared to Atiku. And I tell you why. Peter Obi, for example, ran under the Labour Party, which as of 2023 was more or less an unknown party. They were not big players at all. Peter Obi ran under that party and got over 6 million votes. Atiku, on the other hand, ran under the party of the PDP, just like he ran in 2019. And he got 6 million plus votes. Using the structure that PDP has, Peter Obi has no structure. And when I mean structure, I mean the conventional structure that we know in Nigeria political system. Peter Obi didn't have that structure. No governor, no House of Rep members, no senator, he had absolutely nobody. And was able to pull that crowd. He won in Lagos, he won in Abuja. He swept the whole of Southeast. He swept about 85% of South. He actually swept North Central. And the place they actually had a little difficulty was in the Northwest and the Northeast. And this is where the coalition comes in play now. We don't just need political parties. Do you understand? We need personalities. And to the best of my knowledge, Peter Obi and El-Rufai candidacy is going to fly. It's going to make a lot of sense. I would have considered Peter Obi and Kwankwaso, but looking at the last election, Kwankwaso the only place Kwankwaso had clout was in Kano, and the clout that Kwankwaso had in 2023 is not the same clout he has now. The clout has declined, has depreciated. Do you understand? As it stands now, El-Rufai has more clout than Kwankwaso. I'm speaking to the weight, to the electoral weight both of them could bring into this coalition if they are to be considered to be to be one of the flag bearers of this coalition, right? So El-Rufai, even if I don't like him, and to be very honest, a number of people from the South do not like El-Rufai. However, in this political scheme, this political game, we have to put interest ahead of sentiment. Do you understand? Now, El-Rufai, for example, is considered a protege of Buhari. Like people have said, and even Northerners will also agree that Buhari has the same kind of followership, this fanatical followership that Peter Obi have. It's the same followership that El-Rufai. Sorry. some Northerners say, they say, look, we're not trying in any case to underestimate a formidable opponent in the person of Tinubu. We're not trying to look down on him. However, we must know that Tinubu is a very formidable opponent to I mean whatever they not give the coalition. So he cannot be underestimated in any way or in any form. So we must put our best foot out there. Do you understand? We must put our best foot out there. The coalition have to work if we're to have APC from power. It has to work. It has to work. If it doesn't work, then if it doesn't work, then I'm telling you, it's actually a free pass for Tinubu. And for that coalition to work, we have to bring in people that have greater chance of snatching that power, of taking back that power from APC. APC is not going to give people a walk in the park. It's not going to be a walk in the park for people. For the coalition. It's not going to be a walk in the park. It's going to be something that we take high strategic move to make sure it is successful. So for the coalition, it has P2B will have to definitely be the flag bearer. I know some people will not agree with this and say that anybody that conduct primaries, when they conduct primaries, anybody that come up as the flag the consensus candidate or that wins the primaries should be the head of coalition. I tell you, most of the time it doesn't work. We know how this party primaries or whatever is being played. It's actually the highest bidder. The person with the deepest pockets, and that was the reason P2B left.
But don't you think, Mena? Don't you think, for us to get to that point, we should be, put positive thing instead of already mine a coalition that has not happened with irregularities? Don't you think so?
The coalition has happened. It is sealed.
Yeah, no, it's not sealed. So let's just hold on with this one first.
Okay.
Because
Okay.
yeah, don't just wrap up. I know I understand how spaces can be. You start saying things and you start going and going. Just wrap up.
Okay.
Like whenever
Alright.
you
Alright.
wrap up.
So,
Yeah.
if there's going to be any coalition in the first place, okay. So let me not start making projection now. But I'm going to say this: that Amechi is a very important factor in the coalition, and I tell you why. River State, for example, has a structure that is patterned to, or should I say, a structure that gravitates towards favoring the ruling party, is APC. For you to contend that structure, or for you to actually have be a formidable opponent, you have to bring. So you bring partners like Amechi, you bring partners like El-Rufai to the table or to the discussion. So they are going to secure certain key states for you. A very good example is River State. You understand? We know how the opposition very, very big obstacle for the opposition in River State. Okay, so we have to make sure that this coalition work. If it's going to work it has to work to unseat.
I got
left,
you.
so
I
I'll
got
leave.
you there, Rest. Oh yeah. So who's going next? Mina, you're
Yeah.
done, yeah. And thank you very much for that. So
Grandmaster,
going
tell
forward.
you the guy what he was saying. Grandmaster was saying something.
No, I'm not speaking. I'm not speaking. I was just waiting, quietly for somebody to speak. You understand? I was waiting for him to say that he was going to say, but he didn't say it. He has chickened out. So I don't think there's any need for me to speak. I think we have actually discussed this.
Your see the truth of the matter. I think before I start, we'll have to say this and understand this. APC has lost the north. There is no miracle they want to perform in the north that they are going to do all these illusions he's trying to make. But the north is not going to vote for Tinubu 2027. And the so-called Muslim ticket he used is practically dead on arrival. You cannot even try it. His famous cleric that he used to push that narrative 2023 tried that nonsense just some days back, and the man got a very big back, which is why I've always told people you cannot remove the people's element, the feelings of the people, the hardship the people are going through. This is what we have been warning APC. You might think you have successfully collected the presidency, but since they got there, they have been campaigning. We have had 2 years of campaign, nothing to show for it. And instead of them to focus on transforming the country, they are still campaigning. They want to campaign into 2027. So they have shown that failed in common primary responsibility of the government. They have failed in it. And the people will give them their vote of no confidence come 2027. Massively. So 2027 is going to be all about the people. And this is where the coalition comes into play. 2027 is for the coalition to lose. If they don't put their heads together, they don't do what is necessary for not just themselves, because we have seen that Nigeria is used to selfish leaders. But they should put their selfishness aside, put their ego aside, and come together, and we are going to remove APC like piece of cake. For me, personally, I don't support either Atiku or Obi or any of them. But you see Atiku and Obi, it is like taking candy from Tinubu. They are going to flog him black and blue. They are going to flog him out of Lagos, flog him out of Nigeria. And I said this 2023. Unfortunately, they couldn't come together and put their heads together and agree on who will be president or who will be vice or whatever. But I'm still calling on them. If they actually want to rule, govern Nigeria and have the interests of this country at heart, they must put their ego aside and come and work together. And 20.
Because I don't believe it's from his end. It's possibly happened a network issue. But are you still there? Okay, I want to believe he's not close by. So just so we don't have a silence space, we will move the mic till he gets back. So in the meantime, let me say a big shout out to my leader, Dr. Minu. Big shout out to you, Dr. Minu. I also want to say a big thank you, Dr. Ovin. It really means a lot. Thank you very, very much. Oh yes, in the meantime, we've lost budget. I think Dr. Minu can go ahead and we can go to 10 over 10, Ogada Kitty, and then Ugolin. Today, I'm not going to call you. I know you today.
So whenever I hear alliance in the north, yes, I want to be sniffing around to know what kind of alliance is there. And but we live in a generation now where we get to hear a lot of. I mean, this generation or the generation of youth don't want to go back and learn how things. We where people just believe they know everything and they don't even want to listen to one another. And this is where, without that, I don't think we will even have that conversation that Master Chief wants us to have, or what social wants us to be doing, or what everybody that is trying to do it. Because I think I had someone saying this coalition is not between the North and the Southeast. No, it's a Nigerian coalition. We just saw what these guys. So, and imagine this is your future revenue that you will be paying back. And we don't know, maybe many of us will die, unless we happen to get another Soludo and beg multilateral agencies to forgive all these stolen funds, that they collected in the name of debt or relief funds or whatever they called it. But
Republic, the easier it will be for us, or wherever they live, whether it is Ikoyi, I hope there will be a prison there so that they will all be kept permanently. And let's go back, because many people don't know that there has always been an alliance. In 1959, when there was that alliance, there were about 312 seats in Nigeria, where we used to have a parliamentary system. The Northern People's Congress won 134 seats. Then the National Council for Nigeria and Cameroon, that's NCNC, got $49. If you look at the number of seats, then the Northern People's NPN, I can't remember got 168 seats out of 449. The Unity Party of Nigeria, that's our lowest party, got 111 seats, much more than what he got in 1959. The National People's Party got 78 seats. That's Nnamdi Azikwe's party as well. But why the vice president also was from Southeast. Now, these names are I keep forgetting these names, but please don't take it on me. I think he's supposed to be sleeping. So what did they do? They still had an alliance. What alliance did they have? They had alliance with the Nnamdi Azikwe's party. And they formed the government. They could have had an alliance with GNPP, which now and then, and that was something that has happened. If people celebrated it, people are regretting it now. It's 11 years, and people are nostalgic. People are nostalgic of that moment, even though it was not the perfect period, even though it was not what Nigerians wanted, but Nigerians had hope. There was hope under PDP until 2015, before hopelessness and everything came into place. Came down crashing in Nigeria. How do we save Nigeria? Is coming together, kicking this APC out of power. yes, we will need everybody, to come together. We just don't. It's not about Southeast and the North, but what we are looking at is a very strong possibility is that there is a voting bloc that supported Tulumbu in 2023. And that is, we are talking about the Northwest, the Northeast, Core North, and he has chose to abandon them either willingly or however. What we know is, and what he also knows is, 2023 was not his election, it was done for him. And now he believes he has his own strategy. He probably that title they used to give him, master strategist, has gotten into his head, and he wants to try it himself. This is the only time that he's going to do it all by himself. Of course, you hear him say he has 5 northern APC governors in the Northwest, certain governors in the Southeast, but it's going to. We will know, if he is that kind of strategist that they are talking about. But when they begin to start telling you the election or about 18 months before the general election that people are coming to them, they are not telling you that they are winning or they are delivering or anything. No, they are just telling you, people are coming. Then you begin to know that yes, they are just trying to bamboozle you. In Hausa, they will tell you, I don't know how to translate this, but when you are seeing people, trying to say, let's get ready, it's because they are not ready yet. And truly, they are not ready. And they will never be ready. The people are not going to accept them. They know people are rejecting them. En masse. I have one Hausa cleric, which is one of those kind of influencers that we have now, who was saying it is much more easier to sell cocaine in the North, which is very, very hard to sell. You can't even see it. We all know what it means selling cocaine, not even in the North, anywhere in the world, even in where it is supposed to be legal, you can't get it. It is much more easier to sell cocaine in the North than to sell Tulumbu. This is how bad it has become. And I have full confidence, why I'm attracted to having that alliance in the South is 2023, they gave him they did not give him that inch of 25% that he is gunning to get. And if there's a guarantee he's not going to get those 25%, there is no obsession, to have high voter turnout or anything like that. Let him not just get that 25%. All we need is 5 more states or 6 more states in the North, West, and Northeast combined, and we will come back to a rerun. And I assure you, I don't think he will be able to get 25% in 10 of the 13 states in Northwest and Northeast, including okay, I wouldn't bet on Niger, but I believe even in Niger, which is going to lose.
I will bet on Niger on your behalf.
Okay, I hope so, but these are the simple arithmetic, we want to look at and see. But these are the period. This is, like I keep saying, it is all about Nigeria and those who want to crown Tulumbu in 2027 for him to continue his looting. And as we all know, a lot of people are not voting just because they want Tulumbu or no, there are certain group of voters, who just want to annoy a certain constituent or certain group of people or their friends, they take it to be fantasy. But the good thing about this is, and which is something that makes me quite happy, is the youth don't vote. And this is where, but those true voters that we are beginning to see that we know have turned their back on Tulumbu, especially in the North. And I believe even the true voters who voted in 2023 now, I'm not talking about the new voters or the voters that will come online to say they are going to vote, but you never see them vote. But any true voter, will have a conviction that what they voted for, even those who voted for Tulumbu, I get to see quite a few people around here, that disagree, even though they voted for Tulumbu in 2023. They are regretting, they are saying, no, that is not what they voted for. They made a mistake. And this is one thing that we will have to keep looking at. Coming together like this, we are not looking for any condition. Obviously, people will say, okay, we have to have an agreement. You can't come together to have an alliance without an agreement. That is for sure. We all know that this coalition discussion is ongoing. It's going to be long and tedious, but they also need to have a kind of conviction, yes, that there is that kind of vibrant movement of the people, even if you are not going to vote. Now, let me not take away your credit, even those who don't vote, talking about it on social media also counts, because these people don't fear God. If anything goes wrong, we can send information, and when this kind of things trend, it sends them, it gives them sleepless nights. Discussion about things like this now gives them sleepless nights. And if they were truly ready, if they know they are going to steal the votes and take it away, they wouldn't be worried. And I'll give you an example. Look at what happened in some of you that are aware of the local government elections. Did you see state governors, worried that they were going to lose state government elections, local government elections? No, because they know they were going to steal it. They were all going to rubber stamp it. So they were not even campaigning or anything like that. It just came, in my state, Kaduna State, we just had the rubber stamp mad woman, just saying 23 local governments have been won by APC, simple, and the 251 ones. Simple, she did not even mention anything and switched off. That was the end of it. So, but now that you begin to see them, saying, celebrating 3 senators have decamped, celebrating 2 senators, you see Ganduje going there to dance, calling a musician, to dance for them, and stand up and shake his hands and do all this. It tells you that these guys are not ready, and they know that Nigerians are going to reject them. And local government elections are not equal to the general elections that they are going to have. We have seen them, Jonathan tried it, even when he was at his peak, 16 years of government under PDP, he was brought down. And it was not because he was brought down because certain kind of people were against him. No, it was because the Nigerian people got together, the institutions sympathized with the Nigerian people and say, yes, enough is enough. Before Jonathan, what happened with General Sani Abacha, we all know the story, The Nigerian people stood their ground. So there is a precedence about this, just like how we have a precedence for the Southeast Alliance. I know that people have been told stories or gaslighted, young people that are 18, 28, or even 35, don't even know that this kind of things happen because they don't want to go back and learn history, or they do not want to know, or the people they trusted to influence them or to tell them these stories have been telling them lies. But it does exist. It is on it is online, look for it, read about these things. It does exist, it works. Obviously, we are not expecting it to be that perfect way of doing things, no. But whatever it is, if we're going to if we're going to enforce the law on the Nigerian people, on the government, because democracy is designed in a way that no one person can have absolute power. But today, we're having a speaker, we're having a Senate president, we are having a rubber stamp National Assembly, we're having the Chief Justice of the Federation and the Justice community and the judiciary sector completely helping this man become a dictator. We have the IG of police and all of them, helping this man become a dictator. And it is only us that we can undo this man. So yes, it is about Nigeria. I hear people saying he's going to lose Lagos. Yes, he will lose Lagos. I hear people, talking about him losing place. He will lose every other place that they are talking about. He knows it. If election was this night, he's not going to go anywhere. So if we can keep this momentum, I think we can get it right. And I'm sorry if I offended anybody. I don't know what I said because I get a little bit emotional. But what we want to do is, yes, this alliance exists. We should come together. I shouldn't be repeating myself, and it can work. All things being equal, and let's trust these people that are working on this alliance. It doesn't have to be the exact pairing that we wanted. Yes, it doesn't. Not everything goes in a straight line. As they say, success doesn't happen in a straight line. But let's have one goal. Let's keep our eyes on the ball. The eyes on the ball is to unseat this Tulumbu and his APC guns. If we kick these people out, there's a Nigerian constitution that we should uphold, that tells us, how Nigeria should be governed with all the justice and equitable policies that should go on. We don't have to create anything out of nowhere. We have them in our constitutions. People should read the constitution, and see what is in section 2. You see all these things. I'm not going to stay very long. Thank you, Master Chef, and I will continue to listen. Thank you, Social.
Obviously, thank you very much, Dr. Minu, for that very insightful contribution. I truly appreciate it. But I think Budget is back. We'll go to Budget so he can round up what you were saying earlier. Then we'll go to 10 over 10. We'll go to Kitty, Hugo Lindsay.
Yes. I don't know from which point you stopped hearing me the other time. Socials.
Yes. So it will be hard to pick up a particular point because it was quite a long time ago, and I've been listening to what Dr. Aminu's been saying. So I can't remember where you did stop. But if you give us a little a summary of where you were, of what you were talking about, then you can pick up from there, if that's okay.
All right.
If you do remember.
Yes. So I think I was stating clearly that Tinubu has no hope in the north, which is clear by now. And all his apparatus, or the people he used to campaign 2023, are no longer, or majority, the so-called powerful ones, are no longer with him. We all know the role El-Rufai played in even getting him to where he is today. And he has betrayed such a person. That aside, El-Rufai is not even a major block compared to the others, the clerics that are no longer with the so-called Muslim ticket that they used to deceive Nigerians. And I was stating, even his number one cleric that promoted Muslim ticket tried to say one or two things some days back, and he got a very big backlash. And we have gotten to a level now in the north that even clerics cannot tell Nigerians how or who to vote, especially telling them to vote APC in 2027 is not going to work. Because APC tried something some months back. They tried to do I think before fasting, they said a Quranic festival. And in that festival, they were trying to use it to galvanize northern votes and all that. And we saw that coming, and we trashed it and made sure that it didn't hold. So he cannot use any cleric to campaign. Muslim tickets is dead on arrival. That is clear. Then moving forward, we have gotten to a level whereby even those that are still campaigning for APC, deep down within themselves, they know that their they have nothing to offer. They know that they are just doing it because they are looking for food on their table. I've met with a lot of them, even the so-called ones in power and positions of power today. And if they would speak to you sincerely, they would tell you that they have a very big obstacle ahead of them because they are afraid of what they are seeing. They are afraid of the stance Nigerians are going through, which is why I said earlier, we cannot eliminate the human factor, the citizens factor, the people factor of all this that is going to happen 2027. Because at the end of the day, APC can gather all the governors, can gather all the, in fact, let them gather everybody, governors, ministers, senators, everybody. All of them, their votes are how many? At the end of the day, the Nigerian people are going to be the ones that will vote and that will make a big difference. So the coalition is a very welcome something, because it is going to bring the people together. Tinubu has lost the North, not even just Northwest, or he has lost the North. The Southeast, we all know the Southeast belongs to Peter Obi, uncontested for. So already that is a guaranteed ticket. But let's not forget, this is not just about the North and the Southeast. Even in the Southwest, South, there is no region in this country that people are not suffering. There is no region in this country that you go to today, down to the grassroots, that you will not hear people complaining. So us that go down to the grassroots, we are telling anybody that wants to come and push any propaganda here today that we know a lot of people, APC are paying a lot of people to do PR for them. Some are even being paid with promises. Yeah, if you deliver, we get here, we'll give you this, we know them. And you are wasting your time, because Nigerians are going to come out 2027 far better than we did in 2015. 2015, we came out and people were ready to die for the cause of that change. So this 2027 is going to be the same energy. It's either APC loses with dignity and leaves power, or they try any nonsense that they want to try, and they are going to face the consequences that will come with it. So I hear people say Tinubu is ruthless, is this, is that, is this, is that. But no matter how ruthless you are, you cannot be more ruthless than the people, because the people are the government. The people, without the people, there is no government. Without the people, there is no country. We have seen dictators, even dictators that were full-time named and stamped dictators over the years and the centuries, that were taken out of power by the people. So his so-called grip on this rubber-stamped Senate and House of Reps and all these people he has grabbed will not change the situation. That if they do not do what the people want 2027, that is going to be the end of APC forever in this country. I wish they understand that and do what is right and save themselves the embarrassment. But I've said it earlier, Obi Atiku is a far, how will I put it, easy ticket to deliver the presidency 2027. It will be like taking candy from a baby. They won't need to even stress. Once Obi and Atiku can agree, keep their differences together aside and come together, drop their egos and agree who will be this, who will be that. I don't even want to choose for them. Between themselves, they are friends. They have run together, they have been together. I'm sure they are far better friends than most of the people even supporting them. No. So let them go between themselves and agree. This, and Nigerians will support them. But this is now where I have a serious concern. because I don't want us to make the same mistakes we made 2015. We want change, but we don't vet the change that is coming. It's not just about change, it's about what the change that is coming, what is that change bringing. We must have an agreement. All these times, and it has never been done, but it is something that I want us to push. Let there be peace, as they used to do peace accord and sign. We will have agreement between the coalition party and Nigerians on some basic things, simple basic amenities. We don't even have to go far, because we're in a country that for 64 years since independence till today, we're still struggling with power, we're still struggling with education, we're still struggling with good transport systems within the country, healthcare. So we want to have some agreements whereby you must deliver this so that they will be motivated to deliver, not just going there by the people are voting for them to go there. No, within this time frame, we're expecting this from you as a coalition. You must deliver this, you must deliver that. So that we know that when Nigerians are coming to support you, they will know that they must deliver when they get there, not just to go back and now fold their arms and do like APC did and start ruling like mad dogs, that they forget that they are ruling a country of people and the empathy is all out of the window. No, we want to have agreements signed between the people and the coalition. Education, free education for all citizens. Because people talk and they say Nigeria does not have money, or that is the song they sing to the poor Nigerians when they are stealing our resources. The resources we lose from this country, forget oil, natural resources we lose from this country on a yearly basis is enough to fund free education, to build our railways, to repair our road systems, to give our Nigerians healthcare. So we don't want to hear stories or this thing. We want to have everything in order for any coalition that is coming. Repair this. We are going to do this in 2 years period. Okay, fine. Thank you. We sign. You are doing this, you are doing that, you sign. So that we know we are moving forward. We cannot be in a democracy for over 20 years. We are still fighting basic amenities for the citizens. That must come to an end. We have had presidents from north, south, across this country for how many years? What have they changed? Nothing. So it's not even about northerner, southerner. It's about who will deliver for the people, who will change the narrative of Nigeria, who will change the lives of our people, who will guarantee Nigerian security. Security is not negotiable. These are the things that will pan out between the citizens and the coalition, so that Nigerians will support them wholeheartedly. Me, myself, I'm not only ready to die, I'm ready to kill for this country to get better. Because it's like this APC.
All right, Budget.
Let me,
Thank you so
just
much.
30 seconds.
Thank
I'm rounding
you.
up. I'm rounding up.
Thank you.
30 seconds. Me personally, I'm saying this, I've said it, and they know, the people in APC know, because they have taken Nigerians for a ride for so long, they think that Nigerians are not capable of fighting for their rights. We are ready to push that movement, that it's either they do the right thing, let's votes count, let's know who Nigerians want on the ballot. If not, we are ready to die and kill for this country, so that they know that it is do or die affair. Our future depends on it. Thank you.
Thank you. I don't know, Odogu. You know you can come in anytime you want. I don't know why
Yeah,
you're
yeah, I know. I know.
Yeah. But okay.
Is there
Yes.
I can just give a quick submission and respond to the listener? It's very important.
You just have to talk to Ogada Gidi, right?
Blagidi, my brother.
Sorry, who is speaking?
It's only, please.
Okay.
Please.
I don't know, 10 over 10. Is it you or Ogada Gidi that is supposed to go
It's
next?
supposed to be me. But if Ogada Gidi
Okay.
wants to go, he can go. I can still wait if he wants to.
No. It's me or 10 over 10. It's me that wanted.
Okay.
Guy, are they here before you
So
come
just
now? You can
Okay.
speak, bro. Don't be fight.
No, I'm
okay, just go.
Just talk.
Okay.
I'm here. No problems.
I'm not fight. I just the beg. I beg.
It's fine. It's fine. You can go, bro.
No verse. I apologize.
Oh,
Yeah, I apologize. Yeah. So here, just quickly, just quick. I'm not here because I think a lot of people, especially budget, has. Please, can anybody hear me?
Yeah, sure.
Yes, we can hear you.
Especially budget has said a lot of things, very clear, and there is a direct formula to win this election. I don't want to belittle it as a coalition. I mean, it has to be done. But quickly, let me remind us again. I mean, that is what I will be doing now. If you go, I'm sorry for those people that are not Christian, but this is in the Old Testament. If you go to the book of Nehemiah, I think chapter 2:13 or thereabout, you will see where they mention two individuals, Sanballat and Tobias. There are two individuals, Sanballat and Tobias. These two individuals, when Nehemiah wanted to rebuild the wall of Jerusalem, these two individuals were antagonizing Nehemiah. They said all manner of things. So it's not going to work. It's too expensive. How many years are you going to do it? Oh, that they were antagonizing Nehemiah. There are a group of individuals. I think I've told Odogu on the timeline. Don't listen to anybody that is going to tell you that it's not going to work. APC is activating a lot of levers now. They are very desperate. Imagine my brother Anyim Pius Anyim. They gave him the chairman of Merit Award. Something that even if you give me that appointment, I can't even take it. But that is the former Senate president. They are desperate. The last appointment they gave, useless appointment, they say, oh, it's predominantly Northerners. Northerners, don't listen. This is a great gift. We have a lot of Sanballat and Tobias. They will come to the timeline. They will spew all manner of discouraging innuendos. Oh, and let me tell you, Master Chief and the social. If you see those people that come out and here and say, oh, the Northerners call, Southeasterners call the Northerners cows, the Northerners say, oh, Dortmund. Those are APC minions. I mean, it's easy to detect them. A lot of things have been activated now. Tinubu has gone to go and borrow over 20-something billion US dollars. That is campaign fund. He wants to use it and flood the whole country with bribes. He is not doing anything. He call it ruler. There is nothing like ruler in the book of Tinubu. That is campaign fund. And as we heard, Akpabio, I think it is budget, Akpabio has approved it retrospectively. So Nigerians listening, that money you see Tinubu borrowing is campaign fund. It doesn't have anything to do with any development or empowerment. You get? So these are levels. A lot of them, depending on your region. Once if you are from North Central, there is a role for you. If you are from Southeast, there is a role for you. If you are from North, there is as long as you are in their group, there is a role for you. They have roles for each region, as long as you are in their role, in their group. Master Chief, let me tell you, you see my brother Ugo that came and asked me, which are you from Southeast? Forget those kind of narratives. We already know. They want to put you in a situation where you feel you don't have any sense of belonging. That is their strategy. They have been doing it to me long time ago. In fact, they cannot deter us. This was their part. They have done it to me a lot of times recently. Don't listen to all those kind of talk. Let us be focused. This formula, Southeast North Alliance, and just like somebody has said, not just about these regions. It's just that they make up the better personality. It is a done deal. Tinubu is out, and he knows it. He knows it. So everything you see them doing now is a frantic effort to put division, divide and rule. So ignore any kind of negative talk. It's from APC. Anybody you see here, just like Social have said, if you know you are coming here to come and talk down, stay in the listener session. Anybody you see here coming to come and say and talk down and denigrate any region, no, it is an APC strategy. They don't have Tinubu is jittery now. In fact, he is quaking in his boots now. He doesn't have any other strategy. So he knows he has failed, and there is no it's a dead end. So thank you very much, Social and Master Chief. 10 over 10. Thank you very much, my brother. Apologies
No
once more.
problems. So, socials, can I go now?
I think you can go. Since nobody.
Yeah, go ahead, bro. Just go ahead.
Oh, okay. First of all, Grant, fantastic stuff. I saw you there, Grant. I greet you very, very specially for how you took care of that Anompam. So, Master Chief, good evening. Social, I greet you once again. Well, I'll be very brief and succinct with my own submission. And you see, I was in a space this morning, and the whole "we must align with the center" came up, and I am lucky. I mean, I won't say lucky anyways, but fortunately, we are having a space to invalidate whatever rhetoric or whatever narrative that ran that afternoon. So we must align with the center, and we are saying now from the Southeast that we don't even want to align with the center. We want to be in the center. We are tired of aligning and aligning. When are we going to stop aligning? We want to be in the center. That's one of the things I want to say first. Now, I've listened to a lot of submissions about the topic Southeast stroke North Alliance, the coalition to set up Nigeria on the right path. See, I was born in Kaduna State. I grew up in Kaduna until 1993, June 12 elections. So the relationship between my people from the Southeast and our brothers from the North did not start today, and is not starting in 2027. We've had a very good relationship. My father started his adult life in Kaduna State, made money, at least, in Kaduna State, got married to my mom. We all betted all of us in Kaduna State. So Kaduna State, the northern part of Nigeria, has always been a home to a lot of us from Southeast. As I speak now, I still have families and friends in the Southeast, despite what happened during the 1993 elections or Zango Kataf, but there are still my people over there. And I still have friends again in Lagos, where my family relocated to as a result of that religious riots. So I am not going to be speaking as an Easterner. And one of the things I've tried to do since this whole coalition, how to unseat Tinubu came up, started resonating, and then who is a better candidate. One of the things as a Southeastern boy, one of the things I never did and I haven't done is to look at my region and say, I am from the East, it's my turn. I've focused on who is more competent at this point, regardless of where, to take this good for nothing set of leaders who have that claim to know what they are doing, that are clueless, don't know their right from their left. All they care about is taking River State, making it their own and stuff like that. That's where I've focused my attention on. But let's ask ourselves the truth. Simple question. If we look at these gladiators now, and we are really serious about taking this incompetent president out of Aso Rock, who is more capable? So I've always looked at the capacity, the competency of the person that can unseat this, and I see that without sentiment. So like I was saying, I've never for once looked at Peter Obi because he's from the East. Even when he ran the last time, I felt he was competent. He had everything he was going to take to kickstart the Nigerian economy kickstart at least to begin to give the Nigerian people this small hope I think they deserve. But when you hear all this, let's align with the center. Let us join APC. And I'm like, why do we have to align with them? Why do we have to align with APC? So for me, it's about who is more competent. And then since the campaign has started, then let's go. Let's set the ball rolling. After all, INEC hasn't said it, but the president has said it, you can campaign. If that's what it means, let's go. So Peter Obi right now, and where he comes from, which we know is locked in already. What we are just looking for now is how to cement that relationship that we've had with my brother from the north. I see that in the person he's discussing with. As much as over weeks, I've gradually been easing myself of this. If it's not P2B, it's not. I mean, I've lived people like the one we are doing now, and I am now looking at it like, okay, and I now believe that P2B, a government that has P2B on the table, discussing me and my family and what will benefit us will not change me. That is where I am coming from now. I'm not the other way around. So the whole it must be Tinubu or nothing else. See, and again, I am not coming to say if you choose to vote Tinubu, don't vote for him. It's not going to make you my enemy, but I believe in who can kickstart this already battered economy. I believe in who can begin to give Nigerians the hope I think they deserve at this point. And to be honest, without sentiment, I see that person in P2B. And you know what is lucky? I mean, the lucky part of it is, okay, I see him and he is from the East. So if I'm supporting him, I am not supporting him because he's from the East. But if you guys, I mean, the opposition or whatever, the APC people or the people in power, if you guys want to feel, because I support P2B and I speak what he speaks, therefore I am being tribalistic, so be it. But I know he is competent. I know he can do what this set of people are not doing. I know P2B cannot get to Aso Rock and begin to buy private jets up and down. I know he will not go there and then abandon us, Boko insecurity killing us. He goes to France and sleep there for almost a month. That is who I see in P2B. So I don't want to take the mic for too long, like I said before. For me, this coalition is a must. This coalition is a must for as long, and it's not even between P2B and APC people. It's between the APC government and the downtrodden Nigerians. So like I said in one other space a couple of weeks ago, the first chapter of this coalition has been done long time ago. You know when it was done? It was done since Tinubu started showcasing his incompetency. He continued to do it. The coalition kept aligning on the side of the people. Now the people are looking for those, because the people will not be on the ballot on that day. So now we need somebody we can trust. And like I said before, we see that in P2B, but we know he cannot do it alone. But he has proven he has the capacity, he has the numbers, he has what it takes to deliver it. But he needs that marriage between him and his very good friend. And I am not going to express my reservation. I appreciate and I like the relationship that they both had. They've run against themselves and they still have a good relationship. And that's what baffles me when all these APC attacking dogs who have friends outside Twitter, outside social media, they attack you, and people they are protecting are friends over there. So I want to encourage all of us, like Onyedika said. In fact, this morning, when I went on a space, unfortunately, let me highlight that word, unfortunately, I found myself in a space where I felt I was going to make a case for P2B and what he represents and the region he's coming from. All of a sudden, I started getting whatever I cannot even explain. And I sent Onyeka a DM. I was like, guys, see, you know, but that's fine. So, Master Chief, I really want to thank you. And you see, before I hit the mic, like I said before, the other person, let me not mention his name. I am glad Grant did what he usually do when he sees people like that who wants to take advantage of people like us and claim to be speaking for us when we don't even know the day we sat down together and made him the ruler or the speaker on our behalf. So Grant, I want to use this opportunity again to thank you. And I always appreciate when you speak up for and against, for people like us who unfortunately don't pick out people like that. So thank you so much, my brother. And Master Chief and Social, you guys are doing a wonderful job. Thank you so much. I appreciate everyone. Thank you, guys.
Gadagidi, you can go on now. I don't think both co-host and host are today. Yeah, go ahead, Gadagidi.
All right. Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you, but it's echoing.
Okay. Let me disconnect. Okay. Is it better now? Okay. I think I should just speak. Southeast North Alliance, the coalition to set Nigeria on the right path. Indeed, that is what it will be. And I am certain that we are going to get it right. So we get it right because now speaking as a Nigerian, we have all suffered under this government. We have all suffered the impoverishment, the poor economy, the insecurity. You know, that is one thing that nobody in Nigeria can deny it. And for those that understand more than what they are feeling, you see this impunity of this government. You see this parochialism, this sectionalism and the ethnic bigotry. So, and we all know what it is. You see this tilting towards dictatorship. Nigeria will soon become Cameroon if Nigerians do not act. You will have another Paul Biya in Nigeria that will be 70, that will be 90 years old, pissing on his pants, and he will sit tight and will not move, and nothing is going to happen. That is what APC is preparing for us. So as a Nigerian, it is in my best interest to make sure that I continue to speak in favor of this coalition, despite whatever I might have as other interest. Then, as an Igbo man, I must support and speak for this coalition. We have seen enough marginalization, even though some people do not want to hear that, even from my own side of the country. But every true patriotic citizen of this country that have seen what we have had to deal with, they sympathizes with us. All the gains that we have made towards national unity and integration from 1999 have been eroded, have been just evaporated. This government have done the worst. They're radicalizing people from the East with a different thing that they keep bringing, different thing that they keep bringing to rile up the people. never ever listening to the people of the Southeast, just seeking for anything that will harm us the most. You know about the latest story on the timeline, that a market in Onitsha Head Bridge have been locked for months now. And when you look at it, that they lock up a market that do not just have people selling drugs. They have people selling all manner of things, people selling wares and shoes, people selling building materials, roads, and all that. You lock up that market, and in order for you to open the market for the people to continue to do their business, you are demanding that they pay you 700,000 naira in this battered economy that everybody is struggling for air. So where will people that get that money to pay them? And now they said it is they said it is for breaching. Did everybody breach whatever they said people did? Some people sold unregistered products. Did everybody commit that crime? Is everybody selling drugs in that market? That they said for other people that they sold fake drugs. So did everybody in that market caught with fake items? So why is it that all of them are being subjected to that fate? In my thinking of it, it goes on to play out into what we have all been saying, that these people, they are after our lives. It is an economic sabotage, a forced transference of market, because for most that markets have been closed, people are still demanding for those products, and they must go to other markets to source for all those things. So that is how I see it. As a businessman, that is how I see it. So they might come and claim any other thing. We have seen them conduct similar activities in Lagos and in other places. They do not hold the whole market responsible. They hold the corporates responsible. But in this instance, they have to close down the whole market. And there have been also been reports of looting in those markets. This is just one single issue. You can go on and on and on. This government, they keep riling up our people, keep turning our youth to agitators. And we, as a Southeasterner, I will say enough of this. There have never been one program by this government or by the government of APC that is targeted at de-radicalizing the youth in the Southeast, showing them the human side of Nigeria government, showing them that the government of Nigeria cares for them, that these people, they are part of the country. Okay, no matter what you want to blame for the situation that we find ourselves in that Southeast, it is still the responsibility of the government to take charge and begin to do things to normalize the situation. But what we have more than 700 people killed because of agitation, and more than 7 trillion naira lost in economic value due to sit at home and all that, because this government just refused to do what is right by our people. And then it is the same case in the Northwest, in the Northeast, in the North Central. It is the same case everywhere in this country. People are being killed in their farms. People are being killed in their homes. Today, there is a report in Ondo State that 2 people were kidnapped when they were going to church. People are not safe in Nigeria because this government have failed and they do not care about anything. So as a Nigerian, as a Southeasterner, I understand the need that this government just need to leave. We have suffered enough under them. And if they are not going to leave peacefully, then they will have to leave whichever way that they have elected, because we are ready for them, we are prepared for them. And Nigerians must get it right. It is not APC and PDP or even coalition, and it is every Nigerian that is on the street against the elite of this country. You see them singing in the Southeast, people like Ojo Zokalu what is that his name again? Or David Omahi singing that the Southeast is for the APC. They are doing this, they are doing that. Do not mind those people. You have them also in your region if you are not Igbo people, but our fight is with these people. They will not get a single vote to rig. It will not happen. Everybody must prepare their mind that is either these people buy us on election day or we will buy them. If they are coming with guns to buy us, let them know that Nigeria have 220 million people, even the people that will not be able to get the PVC because of their systemic disenfranchisement, they will be standing by to make sure that the right thing is done. So we'll make sure that these messages goes into the street. Everywhere you have voice, if you are hearing these things, speak to the people. They must get it. We are fighting for our lives. Nigerians are literally falling down on the street because of hunger. No, people no longer see food to eat. People no longer see food to eat. So you cannot tell me that under this situation that it is a business as usual. All this, they are recruiting of themselves for election rigging matter. It is not going to help their matter. It is not going to help their issue. It is not going to help their issue. So this alliance will happen. But what I want to say is that people should start coming to terms with realities. It may not be your favorite candidate that get to clench that ticket. Come to terms with it. This, we have a country to save. For some of you that like to say, instead my candidate is not getting it, I will vote for Tinubu. I see all of you as people that Tinubu have either bought and you are now campaigning for him indirectly, posing as a part of us. If you are not for the coalition and you are coming with all those, don't think that we do not see through your shenanigans. We see through it. We see through what you are doing. If you are coming and you are saying P2B is this one, Atiku Abubakar is a thief, Nasir El-Rufai did this one and this one. If you are coming to criticize the people in opposition, you are the problem. You are campaigning for Tinubu indirectly and we recognize you. And then we see what you are doing. And we see you clearly, and nobody is buying into your hogwash and your bullshit. We are just waiting for the right thing to be done. And I know that these people, they are going to get the right thing done. Rotimi Amechi is campaigning to be president. Peter Obi is campaigning to be president. Atiku Abubakar is campaigning to be president. There are a lot of people in that coalition that are that want to be president. So, and they must see that justice is done by the coalition and people involved in that coalition in the person that is elected to be the flag bearer, or they are not going to back the ticket. So the people that are part of it, they understand this thing. So if you are thinking that your candidate will be favored or will just be handpicked, I don't think so. They will run a poll in the whole 36 state of the federation and see who have chances of beating the incumbent, and they are going to pick that person, the person that have the pulse of the country. I am a P2B supporter and I support him, and I think that with the right support from the north, he will be able to defeat Tinubu. But then it is not up to me to pick. What I know is that I'm standing solidly behind him. Whoever emerges, I know he's going to do the right thing. So I know. So I follow where he follow. You say you are P2B supporter, but you don't want to listen to the way to listen to him. You are commanding him. You are directing him and dictating to him. Then you are not true. The same thing for any other person. You said you are in the opposition, but you are calling some people in the opposition names. And these names are being fed to you by the people in the APC. They tell you Atiku is corrupt. Is he the person that have stolen, just padded our budget by 6.93 trillion naira? Money that will be stolen. Is he the one that did it? All the stealing that they have been going on in APC government since 2015, you are hearing them put 650 billion stolen by a humanitarian minister. 110 billion stolen by Statistician General, and all those kind of figures. Is it Atiku Abubakar that stole all that money? I better give us a break. We know that he's not going to be parochial like that if he gets to be the president. He will not be appointing 4 ministers from one state, and then in a entire region of 5 states, he appointed 1 minister and 4 assistant ministers. So you cannot tell me that Atiku Abubakar will do that kind of thing. If he become president tomorrow, he will not give his Adamawa state 4 ministers and go and give Ogun state entire southwest 1 minister. He will not do it. He will not concentrate all the appointments in a country of 220 million people in 1 region when we have 6 regions. He will not do that. So he will recognize the diversity of this country. He will not do what they have just done to the southeast again. You know, we can always go on and on and on. And when we complain, they call us crybabies. 360 billion was allocated for ranch, for irrigation, not ranch, in the country. And not even a dime of that money is going to several abandoned irrigation projects in the southeast. You have one Adada that is almost completed before PDP left power. Since that time, nothing have happened in that place. You have the such kind of project later, and then this government, in fact, the House of Rep member that raised the awareness of this particular one, he said he have written to that ministry for 3 good times, asking them for a headway, only for them to bring this one out. We were here when a senator of the Federal Republic of Nigeria stood up to ask why there should be a budget and only 2 regions, one overwhelmingly favored and then the other one seconding it, and no other region in the country is being considered for good projects. And what they did was they gave him suspension. So these things cannot continue to happen. It cannot continue to happen. We have a president that thinks for all Nigeria, that consider people from southwest, from north, from the east, south, people from every part of this country as Nigerians, and see himself as the president of the country, not count to you that your people voted for me in little number, therefore you get nothing, you know. So we are not going to continue with this. We will have this alliance. It is going to work. The mood of the nation support it. The people in the street, we are waiting for the political juggernauts to get together and they begin to fix things up, and they are doing it. So already we have done this coalition on our own. We are just waiting for them to do their own, so that we will now follow along. And I know that this is what is happening. Thank you for the mic. I will stop here so that other people can talk. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Gidiga. Anyway, this coalition talk, now even they talk too much on top of. Who one day make it day? Who not one day making day in day? You know, pass that one. Okay, I will have Ugo Lindsay. I don't know if I'm getting it right because he's been here for a while. Ugo Lindsay, you go next. After you, I'll take Dr. Udo, then I take Chichi Ogo. Ugo Lindsay, are you there?
Yeah.
All right, you have the mic.
Good evening, everybody.
You have to speak louder. We can't hear you.
Okay, can you hear me?
It's very, very low.
Oh, really? Can you hear me?
Okay, fine now. Go ahead.
Okay, so good evening, everybody.
You are back to low. Please put the mic close to your mouth, please.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, it's better like this. Just leave it like this.
Okay.
Okay, good.
So good evening, everybody. Good morning, everybody. It's 12:21 from my end here. So I'm going to start by thanking the host for this space, because I've been seeing a lot of space coalition, and it's all about the emotional and emotional blackmail and people who have no knowledge about politics, having a say and gaslighting, a particular sect. So I'm just going to, while I'm speaking, please, I will speak I'll speak my language sometimes on interval, please. So for some people, so for my people actually. So
Wait,
please don't be annoyed.
okay. You can speak
Yeah.
your language, but please, you have to interpret. So for some people like us too.
Oh, okay.
Exactly.
So now, okay. So now I'm going to start with see, I want us to understand something, about this about the country we live in, Nigeria. Since 1960 that we gained independence, and since we started this democracy, election has never been free and fair. You can quote me anywhere. Election has never been free and fair. It has always been the highest bidder takes it all. See, there is one thing we need to understand: how the Nigerian system works. And that thing is how politics is played down here. We can deceive ourselves. We can, say all things and try to sugarcoat it that we practice democracy in this part of the world. But it is not democracy. We don't practice democracy here. So there is a way things are done in this part of the world. And that is one thing we never understood from inception when we started practicing this same democracy. And that is why we are here up to today. And APC came in. That is, I would really say thumbs up to them on that aspect, because they are so grounded in how the Nigerian politics work. They know that it has never been a free and fair election. So they will definitely play all their cards out, just like they did in the governorship election. Immediately they saw what happened at the presidential, and they unleashed every thug outside, because they know that you and I are scared to die. And what did they do? They won the governorship election because they knew that was the only way they would have done it. So what I want us to understand is Nigerian election can never be free and fair. And that brings me down to us, this coalition, because it's a very good thing. I was very happy when I saw Peter Obi liaising and going to the north, crossing borders, building bridges. That is what we needed. Because you see, when Tinubu came into power, he bought his election. Buhari single-handedly gave him the election, gave it to him single-handedly. Nobody voted for Tinubu. And today he's the president. Now, the Southeast has been sidelined for a very long time. There is no other way. See, there is no other way. There's no other way. You have to build bridges. That coalition has to come in play. You have to liaise with other people, because this is how the country. This is how it is. This is how it's going to be, unless the constitution changes. Because, like somebody will say, politics is a game of number. You can't do it alone. And that is where today, if you look at how the Southwest has played their politics today, they have played it so well that when it comes, when the name South is mentioned, is the time of the Southwest comes out. And they play this Nigerian politics, in quotes, so well that they sit at the top, do whatever it takes to sit at the top, and takes over what is supposed to go to the South, not the Southwest. We're talking of the South. Do you think the Lagos the congesting Lagos is a rocket science? It's not a rocket science. It only takes an intentional leadership to decongest Lagos and make everything goes to where they are supposed to be. Make as in separate things, make everything work. Taking the right spot where they are supposed to be. Creating the right railway to the part where they are supposed to be. So, like I said, these guys have played their politics so well. Even the, what's it called? The coastal road, they are all celebrating a 30-kilometer coastal road. They are about to commission. Do you think that coastal road has an headway? It's not going anywhere. That is the end. That is an alternative of Lekki Ekpe Expressway. They've done it. That is the fact. And nothing is going to happen. So these are the little things the Southwest has been getting, because they play their cards so well. And they know how the Nigerian politics works. So I am so happy that this coalition is working. See, like I said earlier, I will interpret. Listen, no matter what, I couldn't hear basara Nigerian politics. Anaheji Tibo Zobo Emia. Ihe ọbụla ga-eme anyị agbago ebe ahụ is a welcome development. Yawurugodunu Peter Obi on his own, a vice Atiku for a one term, and because that is the only way. See, election anaghị count. It doesn't count. It is given in Nigeria. So, as it stands, the only pathway to an Eastern presidency, if it is, like I said in Igbo, if it is vicing an Atiku, I don't have a problem with it. We need to start playing the right Nigerian politics, because it will continue. And forever and ever. There's nothing anybody would do. Nigeria as it stands now, it's a multi-ethnic group. Multi-ethnic cultural multi-ethnic group that can never come together in unison and say, we want this. Everybody will come in one voice. It is never going to happen. Because if you are saying A, the other people will definitely say B. So now is the right time. This is the only time we have. Because after 2027, it is the turn of the North. And the North definitely, they achieve 8 years. They will take 8 years. How old will P2B be by then? Who is the only person, the only trusted person from the Southeast? And when for now, we have now. Because every other person we have is a saboteur who can be trusted. So now, the most important thing is for the coalition to happen. At least let's collect that. Let's chase APC away first. Then we can sit at the round table and say, okay, this is what we need to do. This is how we are going to do it. Because if we don't, see, let me tell you, Tinubu, after Tinubu, is going to hand over to somebody like Ganduje, and Ganduje will be your president. There is nothing anybody will do about it. You as a Nigerian, you won't come out and protest. If you come out and protest, the military will come out and shoot you. And there's nothing will happen. So it is going to continue like that until God knows when. Because there are a lot of things that are happening already that are supposed to push us to the limit, but nobody blinked. Everybody accepted it and moved on. So it is never going to happen. The only way right now, whatever we should be talking about, whether P2B is vicing Atiku or P2B is leading, is going to be the flag bearer, whatever that comes should be collecting power from these criminals. Collecting power first from them. Then we can sit down and talk and say, okay, and negotiate how we are going to. So, my brothers and sisters, please, I'm so happy. Like, I've been on spaces earlier, and I'm so disappointed with what a lot of naive Nigerians who don't even understand the politics of Nigeria are all clamoring for, shouting based on emotions, talking rubbish. You need to understand the Nigerian politics and how in-depth the corruption has gone to. They are power brokers. You need to play that politics. You need to play it. You need to liaise. If you don't, it will continue. Ihe oke ruru anyị ga na-ala southwest, and onweghị ihe, not even a seaport ga-abịara anyị. So please, I really want to, before I forget my lines of thought. So I really want to, I'm happy, and I'm happy that we're having this discussion. Thank you for giving me the mic. Thank you very much. I yield.
All right, thank you very much, Ugolize. Thanks for your input. Anyways, again, like I've said before, they know they tell blind man say war don't start. Or the tell am say rain dey fall. When time reach, you go get the memo. That's be for that. All right. Dr. Udo, are you there? From Dr. Udo, then we'll go to Chichiogu. Dr.
Yes,
Udo,
I'm
you have
here.
my buzz.
Yes, I'm here. My brother Odogu, how are you?
I greet you, sir. I did, sir. I hear.
I greet
Congratulations once again.
And my brother, thank you. Your boy don't blow. Good evening, everybody. I know say Olusoshas and Master Chef are not around, so I'll just say good evening. The last speaker spoke very, very well. In fact, I enjoyed listening to him. I really enjoyed listening to him. I think he did justice to the topic. The topic was Southeast stroke North Alliance. In fact, if you're a student of history, just reading the headline, you begin to take yourself back to pre-independence. You know, the thing is that a lot of people that are discussing politics today, most of them, when you look at them, they are young people. They have a lot of energy. They have a lot of love for the country, vision. They want to see a country that works. But the other side of the truth is that most of them actually started or took a much interest in politics from the 2023 election. And as such, sometimes if they don't back up their political thought process with the historical context or historical, precedent, they are bound to make some political mistakes. Now, why am I saying so? The North and Eastern alliance is not a new alliance. Now, we specifically are using the word, Southeast, but then it was then Eastern Nigeria, right? Although now we are saying North and Southeastern alliance. If you remember in the First Republic, right, that was before that was the 1959 election, that led up to our independence. The Northern People's Congress, that is the NPC, which was dominant in the North, they formed a coalition with the NCNC that was led by Azikiwe. This alliance enabled the NCPC to secure a majority in the federal parliament that led to Abubakar Tafawa Balewa becoming the prime minister, and Azikiwe became, the first governor general of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Now, what happened was that alliance denied Obafemi Awolowo, right, who was dominant in the West, that pathway to become the prime minister. And then he remained in opposition as at that time. So the North has always have a long line of friendly relationship with the East. If you go down to the Second Republic, which was 1979, the North and Eastern Alliance came back again, right, which was the Northern Party of Nigeria, this time the NPN, with a strong northern base, right, they form alliance with the NPP, which is the Nigerian People's Party, that was led by Azikiwe again, right? And this alliance, facilitated the Shehu Shagari's presidency, and with an Igbo man, Alex Ekweme, of blessed memory, right, becoming the vice president. Again, the West, with the United Party of Nigeria that was led by Awolowo, was denied the presidency, and he remained in opposition again. Although there was, a faction in that West that was led by Samuel Akintola. A lot of you know the story, right? That also had an alliance kind of a thing with the NPC. I mean, in context, if you might want to, if you want to make context out of present reality, you might look at it as maybe a G5 thing, where yes, on wicked them and some of the governors or whatever, went to, join forces with Bola Ahmed Tinubu. And you can then also look at the Third Republic as well, because I'm going one by one republic, first, second, third. In the Third Republic, the Northeast still had some alliance, even though they didn't make it to the presidency. But you had the NRC, which had Bashir Tofa, with an Easterner, which was Dr. Sylvester Ugo, and they actually secured a significant number of votes in the Eastern region. But it was the Western guy, for the first time now, a Westerner, which was MKO Abiola, with a Muslim, because this is not the first time a Muslim ticket was running, with a Muslim ticket, which was a strategic ticket as well, with the former Secretary of State government, what was his name again, from Borno State, right? They won the election, although the election was annulled. Now, why I'm saying this is that the West and the East have never had a political alliance. It will never happen. I'm saying this categorically for some of you that think that maybe if Ebola Tinubu finishes the presidency in 2031, that somehow he will bring out a North and a Southeast lineup. The highest that will come out from any political party that the West dominates will be that they will bring out a Southerner, either maybe Nyesom Wike or Godswill Akpabio. A lot of young people or those who know history know it very well that for the East to have an opportunity at the center and also, contribute to national policies and reform, they have to be strategic. The friction between the Western politician and the Eastern politician has always been there. Even if you like it or not, even if Bola Tinubu want to deceive you and you go and vote in 2027, you'll be sorry for it. Now, in the Fourth Republic, or let me, push forward probably to the 2015 because it was very significant, right? What happened was that Bola Ahmed Tinubu, right, who was coming from the ACN, decided to then, for about the first time, reach out to the North in an alliance with Muhammadu Buhari, right, to win the election. He won the election, Muhammadu Buhari won the election, and the North then were obligated, even though Tinubu was not even Buhari's feature, but they were obligated to return the favor. That was why Tinubu's largest voting numbers, even though today you will see a lot of Southwesterners will say a lot of things against the North, but the truth remains and the data remains that Bola Ahmed Tinubu got over 5.5 million votes from the North. He had only 3-something million votes from the South. So the North will always decide any election in Nigeria, even if you like it or not. Even if you like it or not, the North will always be decisive for any election. And for you to get to Aso Rock, if you do not stretch a handshake with them, you will never get there. No matter who you present, even if that person is the brightest candidate in Nigeria, even if that person is Harvard trained, Oxford trained, if you do not stretch a hand of fellowship or handshake with the North, you cannot get to Aso Rock. Forget, I'm sorry, it is not possible. Now, why I'm saying so? Because in this conversation and even going forward, you hear a lot of things, words like marginalization and all that. And we have to really put it in context so that people will not model this conversation and make you think that only one side is marginalized in Nigeria today. Yes, the Nigerian, Nigeria as it is, has 6 geopolitical zones. We have the North and South, but in the North and South, we also have 3 zones, okay? In the South, people always, when they want to speak about marginalization, they are always specific. They will say that the Southeast has been marginalized. They don't say the South is marginalized. They will say Southeast is marginalized. And they are right. But then when they want to talk about the North, they talk about the North as the North is monolithic. And they will say the North has been dominating the rest. But the truth of the matter is that there are 2 regions that have been marginalized in the presidency in this country. And it is the Northeast and the Southeast of this country. The Northeast has never in its history produced the president of Nigeria. Same with the Southeast. The Southeast has never produced an elected president of Nigeria. And the 2 regions have been marginalized. And today, the 2 regions have 2 leading political figures, 2 strong people that if they can come together and work together, they can be able to achieve the presidency. But there's a lot of young people that look up to these great men. Young people who, rather than finding ways to, do that handshake, they begin to tear each other aside, fight each other. I understand when you want to promote your own candidate. It's a good thing. You promote your candidate. But then when you don't understand what is at stake or what is required to get to that destination that you want to get to, you end up failing in your objective because you don't even know what it takes you to get to that place. This is not a governorship election of a state where you can decide it yourself. Okay? This is an election whereby you need other people to get there. Now, why I'm saying so is this. Some people like to say, when they want to talk about coalition, they want to talk about alliance, they say, we don't want the coalition for the sake of just power, not to grab power grabbing thing. And that is why I like the last speaker, what he said. Because I respect the opinion of people who say this, but I respectfully seek permission to disagree with them. Because first, you need power before you can advance any policy, any good policy that you have, or any ideas that you have. My favorite football coach, my boss, Jose Mourinho, there's something he used to say, and I like it a lot. He says, nobody remembers the person who came second. People will always remember the person who won. Now, why he says it? Because people were criticizing his approach of football, the way he used to be very defensively set up, and he'll be winning 1-1-0, and they say, he's not playing nice football like maybe Arsenal plays or whatever Barcelona plays. So he said that thing that, look, at the end of the day, it's about who wins. People remember who wins. If you look at it, if I said, maybe those of you that follow English Premier League now, if I tell you, they tell me who came second the last season, you might not even know who came second. Over time, you might know who came second the last season, but you might forget who came second the last 10 years because nobody remembers who came second. We always remember who won it. That is what is important, who won. And why winning is even important is that winning puts you in a position to implement your ideas, to implement your policies. Because what is at stake is our commonwealth. Winning is what makes you to have a seat at the table. It is what decides what project goes to where. Now, look at, we're talking about the monies that this government is collecting. They say they want to build a 15 trillion signature highway, irrespective of the roads that are even in Lagos. He started it from Lagos. He's going to commission in this second year anniversary 30 kilometers of the road. It's in Lagos. He built it. It is not his money. It is our money. But because he got there, he won, he's able to push things to benefit his own people. And he's going to also push things to keep you people fighting so that he will remain there. And before he leaves there, he probably would have been able to achieve so much for his people. And you will all be left empty-handed. And that is why I'm always perplexed when people say, instead of this, let this man continue. I said, do you understand the implication of what you have just said? Your people have been marginalized. Look at appointments. Look at federal appointments. Look, when appointments are made in institutions, you should know that those appointments have consequences. And it could take generations for you to be able to even make a change. It's like most important offices. My father used to work in Central Bank many years ago, even NNPC. Why that place is dominated by people from the north and south is because of things like this. Because when somebody get there, you appoint a CBN governor, he will begin to strategically put his people, they'll begin to employ their people, and by the time they will push out those that are from other. It is what it is. This is Nigeria. That is a reality. And they will put people in places that in the next 10 years, they are lined up to become directors, managers, and all that. So it is critical for you as a person that when you are going into political conversations, you know what you want, you know what is at stake, so that you will not be left behind. Now, having said that, there's other things I want to point out, because why I started the conversation with the Northeast and Southeast thing is that people try to always want to make it look like only a certain region of the country is marginalized. Now, the two regions of these countries that have had their own fair share of power is the Northwest and the Southwest. In this republic alone, the Northwest has had Muhammadu Buhari as president for full 8 years. They also had Umaru Musa Yar'Adua, may so rest in peace, for 3 years, both of them Katsina State. Or if you want to go back to the Second Republic, Shehu Shagari, who was president for 2 terms, although his second term was cut short, he was from the Northwest. The Southwest, the same thing. They have had President Olusegun Obasanjo for 8 years, 8 full years. They are now having Bola Ahmed Tinubu as president. And when they are taking up these turns, they are taking up the turns of their respective region, be it South or be it North. They are taking the regions, the turn up, because most of us always argue that power should rotate informally between the North and South. So, but then in the North and South, we have sub-regions, which are the 3 geopolitical zones that, you know, all of us are used to. So, I tell my brother, let me say this specifically, especially for my brothers and sisters from the Southeast. You guys have been through a lot. You guys have contributed a lot to this project called Nigeria, and you deserve a stake in this country. You deserve a seat on the high table in this country. Not just a seat, but the number 1 seat. But to get there, you have to be strategic. Emotions is not strategy. Insulting people to get your way is not strategy. It will not change anything. It will not change policy. I see a lot of my friends and brothers who have suffered a lot of insults for even saying the truth. Like my brother Emma here, he's on the space that he's not speaking today, but he's one of the few people I know that is from the Southeast that is always pragmatic when he approaches issues and try to tell even his own people and say, look, this is what he thinks we should do. Okay? Because they understand the whole picture. They understand what is at stake. They understand he understands what his people is going to stand to lose at the end of the day. Nobody is saying that they do not acknowledge the unfairness that goes on in this country. We all see it. And let me also talk about political parties, because why I think I need to talk about political parties is that people interchange political parties, with this zoning thing, right? They will say, oh, power was in the North for 8 years, so you should go to the South. And then when they talk about power going to the South, they forget that power that went to the North in 2015, there was an alliance that brought that power. And that alliance did not take into cognizance every section of the country, especially those in the Southeast. We're not part of that alliance. So when you join the conversation and say, oh, power rotates North and South, you will get to understand over time that when power finishes in the Southwest and goes to the North, when it comes back again, the Southeast is not part of that conversation in the APC. And you can quote me anyway that the Southeast doesn't have a stake in APC as far as power is concerned. The Southeast should draft and should carve its own alliance, its own coalition, so that they can get to power. And they need to put aside emotions, put aside anything that would distract them, to be able to also position themselves so that in the shortest possible time, just like my brother has said, which is 4 years, they can be able to get there. See, the North, like I said, has the population. You cannot take it away from them. They have the population, and they will always decide the presidency of this country. Even if the North doesn't succeed in 2027, maybe some people allow this distraction to get to them, the North will definitely get it in 2031. So it's a matter of give or take 4 years, the North will get there. But can you say the same for the Southeast? Because if Bola Ahmed Tinubu takes 8 years presidency, it is done for everyone in the Southeast, for everyone in the South, including the Southeast. So he's going back to the North. So what the East needs to do, they need to bring back that old alliance that has always been there with the North. I don't know why they lost it. The East always had that good relationship with the North. 2023, I don't know how this whole thing, got out of hand, and my brothers in the East decided to go away and think they can do it alone. But I'm happy that that senses are beginning to come in. I see my boss, Peter, will be there. The man is making those moves. He's talking. He was in the Northern Consultative Forum meeting earlier this week. It shows that the man has acknowledged what is going on in this country, and he wants to stretch that handshake with the North to make sure that they send this government home. This is the worst government in the history of the country. There is no doubt about that. Inflation, as we are speaking today, is at 24%. Food prices have skyrocketed. Sometimes I wonder how Nigerians even survive. So it's not even a matter of people are coming together to grab power. People are coming together to save themselves so that they can breathe. So when I hear people say coming together for the sake of grab, I just ask these people, like, do you even know what is going on right now, or what is going on? Are we in El Dorado? We are not in El Dorado. We are at the worst point in our political and economic, lives, and it's only getting worse. There is no sign of, that things will even get better. The man that is there is concerned about politics, and he's a very good politician. I like saying this. Sometimes people don't like me because for me, I say that man is very good politician. He has seen that something is building up against him. Just this week, he released 12 appointments to the North immediately. He's trying to recorrect whatever the narrative is building up against it. He reached out to Kwankwaso because Kwankwaso is another person that is very significant, that is going to help him if he can get that man on his side to win the election. The man is doing very serious moves. So we, on our own here, we have to be able to play politics. We don't have to bring emotions into this. I was looking at the data the other day, and I said, look, the Northwest as a region alone have 7 states. In the last election, they contributed almost 6.7 million votes. That is almost 7 million votes. Kano alone, at I think 1.9 to 2 votes, compared to the South as a whole. Southeast has 5 states. That means there are 2 states behind the Northwest, right? But one state in the Northwest, which is Kano, has 2 million votes in last election. The Southeast as a whole, 5 states, brought out 2.2 million votes. And that 2.2 is included all the votes for Peter Obi in LP, Atiku, and Tinubu. All of them put together was 2.2. So in terms of population-wise, or even electoral weight, the North as a block, okay, has more electoral weight than the Southeast. And these are the things that will weigh in even in political negotiations as well. What are you bringing to the table? Okay, what do you bring to the table? And we have to understand this. The Southeast, let me not miss this point because I'm going to run up very soon now. The Southeast was queuing up for the presidency in the PDP. Why I'm saying this is because people like to use, the broad context of Nigeria, that power is not on South basis, but they don't factor in the fact that political parties also will bring out their own strategy that will put them in a position to win, which is what APC did. So it doesn't matter whether, we had a Southerner as the president in 2015 that was going for. You will put out, a candidate that you think will be able to grab that power first, then you reconfigure it again, which is what Tinubu did. He took the presidency to the North first, reconfigure it so that it will go 8 years, and then he can go from the Southwest. So now, what we in the opposition need to do is that we need to reconfigure the presidency again, okay? In terms of political balance, It is already balanced right now as I speak to you. Olusegun Obasanjo, when we returned to democracy in 1999, did 8 years. Goodluck Jonathan did 5 years, which is 13 years. And Bola Ahmed Tinubu will do 4 years, which makes it 17 years for the South. Umar Musa Yar'Adua, may soon rest in peace, did 3 years. President Muhammadu Buhari did 8 years, okay, which now puts it at 8 plus 3, 11 years, okay. So if you count it, 17 plus 11, it shows that the South has more years in the presidency. So there is absolutely nothing wrong if the alliance puts a northerner, maybe like Atiku, as the head to do one term. That one term balances out the number of years of the South and reset that thing just the way Tinubu did it. He reset it. We reset it and balancing the power between the North and South. And a fresh Obi can go 8 years. And of course, as at that point, the North will queue behind him just the way they did. Because the North, for them to be able to queue behind you, you have to prove to them first too that you can support them. You can also trust them and give them that, political handshake. Once you give them that handshake, they will queue behind you. Atiku Abubakar has that credentials. This is a man that loves the East. So sometimes when I see some of my brothers in the East insulting him, I don't know if they even know that man. That man consistently, he refused to run with Bola Ahmed Tinubu. He said it himself in 2007 when Bola Ahmed Tinubu wanted to be his vice president on AD. He said no. He brought in an Igbo man, which was Senator Ben Obi. He has consistently been running with this Peter Obi now that is, a big political icon in the country. He took him even against the resistance of people from the Southeast. He brought Peter Obi to run with him. And he's ready to run again with Peter Obi. He has been making the moves. We are aware. Because maybe you people don't see it on social media. Peter Obi and Atiku have been talking. I am personally aware of that. They have been discussing how to bring this coalition, because of so much insult going on and tension, they have been keeping this conversation away first. They are trying to, reach, the point where they come to an agreement before they even publicly begin to make this announcement formally. They have been talking. If you see, Obi is someone that is very responsive. Immediately something is published or said, if it's not true, he will deny it. When they mentioned that Peter Obi and Atiku have had a deal, did you see Obi publish the disclaimer and said, "Oh, it is a lie"? No, they didn't talk about it because they have been having this conversation. But the thing is that they are not making it in public because of the tension that is going on. A lot of people are trying to spoil the thing before it even starts. Oh, that if Obi doesn't hit this ticket, then Tinubu will continue. This thing is not helping this coalition talk. We are not. We as supporters of these two people, we are not helping this coalition talk. We are causing confusion, and we are trying to make a way for Bola Ahmed Tinubu to win this election. And when they win this election, just like I said on Mindset Space, 2023, I said you people doing this will regret it when Bola Ahmed Tinubu has been announced as president. You will regret.
Can you guys see here, Doctor?